Lights in the distance, a forgotten town. No, no, no. Oh, I'm on my way, so stand on the edge of the world with me. To say what you wanna hear, I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play a part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost to me. Let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost in me, lost in me, lost in me, lost in me. Lost in me, yeah. I can't find myself
him. Because I want to make sure I get the name and title right.
What sergeant? I'm sorry.
I talk with my hands all.
I got it so bad. I got it bad for you. You give me good love. You're like a dream come true. They say it won't last. They say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman. I was hoping you would give it all up for me. I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you. Doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good. It can't be true.
Good evening and welcome to this special broadcast of Boise State Esports coming to you from the Boise State Esports Arena. Tonight we have a tournament unlike any we have had in Boise State Esports history. The game, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. The mode, 2v2, first to 6. And the organizers, the Idaho Army National Guard. It is sure to be a very exciting night and some exciting competition that we have not seen before on in Boise State Esports broadcast. And who to join us, I couldn't think of any better people than Lisa Jolly Malhouse, a common sight on the desk for Boise State Esports, and from the Idaho Army National Guard, Sergeant Valencia is joining us. It's nice to have you two here. So bring us up to speed. This is the first time we are broadcasting Call of Duty Modern Warfare as a tournament. What are we looking forward to today?
I mean, all those people that have always complained about the fact that we've never had Call of Duty or CSGO or anything like that, you can thank the Idaho Army National Guard for bringing it to the table here and a brand new game mode at that. So I'm really excited to see what kind of weapons we see, what kind of loadouts the game drops for us in this 2v2.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've been hanging out all day through prelims and stuff, so got to see kind of
how these guys are going to stack up against each other, but there have been some really good matches, some pretty strong teams out there, so I'm excited to see how it plays out in the tournament.
So the first time the Idaho Army National Guard joined us for a tournament, it was in Overwatch, and we saw a great deal of excitement and engagement from that. What's been kind of the atmosphere in the National Guard leading up to this Call of Duty tournament here?
Yeah, so it's been great. That first tournament we did with you guys kind of kickstarted us off and got a lot of more people interested in it, and a lot of people are asking in the military, like, hey, are you guys going to do Call of Duty? Because it marries up with us pretty well, right? Being in the military, being a military shooter. So everyone was pretty excited about us coming in here and putting on the first Call of Duty tournament with Boise State. So everyone's pretty pumped to be here and to see what happens.
And can I change mine? I'm most excited about the loot boxes. That's I changed my mind. It's not the game itself. It's what we have here.
Well, let's clarify. Not in-game loot boxes,
right.
like physical loot boxes.
Physical victory loot boxes for the first and second place winners, and that would be 4 people total, obviously, 2 on each of those teams. So, even if you get second place, you're still going to be going home with some cool swag.
So we are going to be hearing a little bit from the players coming up here. So we are going to get to that as soon as we can. We'll do it right now. We're going to go to the blue with Peyton Wilkin is reporting on the blue for us. Let's go to Peyton. What are we looking at?
I'm here with Team 100L. We've got Laser Cats with us today. You're about to get into your first match. What do you think you do best that's going to help you out here in your first match today?
Just our teamwork. We've played together as friends. Years now, just doing damage off parts. They're easier to kill and later.
All right, and next up, how important is communication to you between you and your teammate in a game mode like this?
Poor communication leads to poor results, so we'll see how things go.
All right, you're here to hear. Back up to you on the desk.
Yeah, I think there's no interview that greater proves the essence of clear and concise communication in this game. But let's open this up and talk about the state of the game mode that you mentioned is pretty new, the state of the meta of the game currently, the first time we're asking.
Yeah, I think I've mostly played Shoot House for this game mode because they have it on a permanent rotation right now in the game modes. If I might be wrong on the name of that map.
Yeah, so they just dropped 2 new maps also a couple days ago that we're probably going to see a little bit. So that kind of develops the meta a little bit differently. We're throwing those 2 new maps in, so it's going to change a little bit. Not everybody's seen those, so.
And the 2v2 gunfight is, everybody has the same loadout. You don't know what the loadout is until you jump into the match there. And that's going to be attachments. Sometimes there's no reticles, so everything is the same across the board. The map is generally very, very small, and communication is definitely key.
We are going to be getting right to the game now, and for those who are just joining us, who might be more used to the other games that we regularly broadcast, like, say, Overwatch, like for someone who isn't really familiar with this new game mode or the Call of Duty franchise, what would you say to them, like, for new eyes watching, what should they look out for most above all else?
I mean, this map is all of these gunfight maps. They're really small, so it actually changes the gameplay a little bit more than traditional Call of Duty maps, just because, like you see, these maps go super quick.
And I think placement a lot of the times has things to do. Here we can see that final kill cam, a battle up on the bridge. Placement, location, and communication, whether or not you decide to move forward, stay back. I mean, we can already see a lot of action coming through and a lot of movement from Thunder Biscuits when he is on that side that we're viewing it from right now. A couple spotters here.
And as we're looking into this, we saw the first match ended really quickly there. Thunder Biscuits were able to get that first score right off the bat. How do you come back from that? I mean, we see right there they tied it up there. What's the main thing that you got to get into your headspace here on matches that can end so quickly?
Yeah, I think since they go so fast, it's pretty. You see a lot of players be a lot more aggressive in this game mode than you would in any other. Not a whole lot of damage, so you're going to want to come back up. You're going to probably push a little bit harder than you were that last match.
And depending, too, on the weapons that you're provided with, I mean, if you're looking at some really good scopes, some long-range scopes, you might see a little bit of crouching behind boxes thanks to the what is it called? You rest your weapon up.
When you mount the weapon.
Thank you. The mount. So the mount allows you to be able to hide a lot better than you could, and if you do sit still because these maps are small, wow, they should come around you, and that was a great retaliation there. Allegiance is going to take the lead on this one, and there's the proper names of those teams. SEAL Team 6 against 100L. One of the members we were speaking to actually earlier there.
And one thing we notice with this, in comparison to what we would say in a game such as Overwatch, is how quickly the engagements can end here. You know, you don't have time for healing. You know, you don't have someone there who can get you out of sticky situations. Once the engagement starts, it's literally do or die.
Ooh, what a play there. One member there of Legion's going down. We can see the final kill. And just before that, we actually had the member go down previously. He was trying to go in and save him. It did not work.
And it gives you such a disadvantage just losing that one person versus any other game mode, right? Like, you're down 50% of your guys if you just lose one guy. So that advantage and being able to take advantage of that, you'll see those players be way more aggressive when it's just that one player that they got left.
Situation here. Oh, it did not work there. Oblivion on 100L. Unless his name is Oblivion 100 Thieves there. Manages to take one down. 10 seconds now left in this before these guys have to start moving in on each other, and they have spotted one another. Allegiance taking that one.
And now as we see, we go from 1 to 4 here. If you're this far behind in the match specifically, what do you got to do mentally to try to get yourself back in the game and pick yourself up?
I mean, I think you really got to pay attention to your loadout and how much range you got with the weapon loadouts that you have and adjust your playstyle to those. So I think playstyle marrying up with the loadout is going to be huge on how people come back.
Speaking of loadouts, that's a lot of ammo down there, and actually an eliminated member to follow it up. I think it's evened out now 1-1, and Allegiance is going to take that one again.
So yeah, first 1 to 6 looks like
spotted him. That's rough.
Coming in.
That's a rough one. He saw him first. When you start shooting first and you go down to the other guy, it always feels rough, especially when you know you have the exact same weapons, the exact same loadouts. You can't blame anything other than yourself.
Absolutely.
We're seeing some snipers now. It's about time suppression as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, yeah, so snipers change the gameplay so much, especially on these small maps. When you have something like this, you got to take time. That ADS is going to take a little bit more time, as you can see.
And the placement on these players, I was going to say they had him cornered off. Yes, he had 2 areas to go to, but there was one member on either side. Yeah, a silenced dragon only takes 1 shot to the head, that's for sure.
Well, one thing I find interesting about these matches, and we saw Allegiance took that pretty dominantly, 6-1, getting the victory in that first match. One of the things that you can see here is just almost kind of the simplicity of it. You know, when you come from a game like some of the other games where there's so many effects and everything, it can be hard to follow. But here, you see the plays developing. You see, oh, this guy's going to be flanking around, and when it comes down to it, it's just you really see the pure skill and that it comes out. You know, it's not so much. Of course, teamwork and communication does play a big role, but I would say more than in a game where it's 6 people. You know, and you got 2 supports backing you up. It really is. You got to make the play that you want and have the technical skill to carry it down. Because if you're off by a second, you're going to be the one going down instead.
Absolutely.
We are going to be going to Peyton now on the field, who is, not yet. We are still waiting right there. Just allowing the victors to bask in their glory a little bit more.
I think we have to give a little bit of leeway, too, because the game is relatively new on this one. I think we're going to take a quick look at a replay, I'm assuming, here. Or we're just going to go jump right to an interview. We'll find out. No, we're going to watch the replay first, guys, okay? But... it's definitely a map. Map is a huge strategy in this game for sure. And so if you end up getting stuck with a map that you're not good with, you have to use what you can to your own advantage. Yeah, you can pick and choose and things like this. But I definitely agree with you, Jem, in that currently, because the objective is not to get an objective to hold anything, it really is just to eliminate the other team. You are looking at a lot of individual play, especially when you split up like these teams have been doing so far.
And what are you thinking in terms of, there are so many different weapons. I suppose that we can talk about strategy a little bit later right now as these replays are finishing up. First, though, I have gotten word that Peyton is on the field, and we are going to go to him. Talking with the victors of that first match. Peyton, what do you got for us?
Yes, I'm here with Foxtrot from SEAL Team 6. They just got the win in their first match. Now, Foxtrot, tell me a little bit about communication, like what was going on in that match.
Oh, communication is key. Just being able to tell your teammate exactly where the other player is a really good advantage in a fight.
All right, and what do you think you did best in that match that really helped your team get the win?
Just kind of getting off damage so that my teammate could finish him off, and just communication again.
Nice, all right, you heard it here. Back to you on the desk.
We're going to be getting to the next match as soon as we can, but right now, as soon as we can, but that soon as we can also includes a little bit of a short break just to catch our breaths, but we have so much more coming up. Like we said, this is the first time that Boise State Esports is broadcasting a Call of Duty tournament. We want to thank the Idaho Army National Guard very much for giving us this opportunity, and we are going to be back right after this short message, so please stay tuned. We have so much more coming up.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Everything that you next to me. I know that I've been the enemy, but I've had my moment of clarity, Lost in the ceiling, caught up in this feeling, I can't seem to let it go. Locked in this cage, I've been stuck here for days, and I can't seem to let you go. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out. Come let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. Can we be free? You pull me up, yeah. Can we be free? And I put you down. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out. Don't let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out. Don't let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied
Welcome back to this broadcast of Boise State Esports. We are currently in the middle of the Idaho Army National Guard Call of Duty Modern Warfare Tournament. We're playing 2v2 first to 6, and it is round 2. Back to on desk, I've got Sergeant Valencia and Jolly joining us. And now we are going to be going in. Who are we looking at in this second round, the two teams?
We've got great value 100 Thieves, so cheap 100 Thieves on the red side here. And at least the last stats that we had probably an hour ago, where they were 6-1 sitting right now. And then on the blue side, we are looking at the Calvin Lanky. So Lanky, I guess, is what they've been calling him.
Yeah.
And they were sitting at 4-3 before, so not quite as good of a win-loss record. But I mean, anything can happen.
And take us in the maps that we saw. Let's just look back a little to the match we did saw. One thing that we're talking about, just kind of setting the stage for Call of Duty, which we haven't broadcasted here before. I'm going to put you in the kind of the gamer's shoes, like based on the last map that we saw, specifically about like the meta and the weapons that could be used. What would you have used in that match? Would you have used the same thing that we saw, or what would your personal preferences be?
So yeah, the thing about Gunfight is, though, you actually don't get to choose your loadout.
Oh,
so
right. Excuse me. It is a new map. It is a new map.
No,
my apologies.
It's a totally
my
new mode,
apologies.
but we can talk about like the actual map setup of the Gunfight maps. They're a traditional like 3-lane map designs versus like the other game mode maps that come out in Modern Warfare this year. They're less traditional. Your 3-lane. So.
We've got Peyton on the blue with us right now to talk about this next match. Peyton, what are we looking at for the second match?
Yeah, I'm here with Rock Gardens from Team Lengthy. So, Rock Gardens, tell me what do you think you do best in a game mode like this?
Basically, just using as many callouts as I can that me and my partner have discussed beforehand, trying to get as much damage off so my teammate can pick up the kill if I go down, and just constant communication is the key.
Nice, I like it. Yeah, communication and everything is everything. Now, back to you guys up on the desk.
Thank you very much, Peyton. So back to what we were talking about. Thank you for the correction there, and let's talk about the maps instead.
So, yeah, actually going off of what you said, a big strategy on pretty much all of these maps is for either player on your team to basically dart either direction. And that's going to allow one of the two of you, hopefully, to get eyes on the opponent. And hopefully you get it before there. Or the strategy in that as well is to take post on either side and mount yourself up on something there. And that's why you'll see a lot of the teams kind of doing the same thing over and over again. One of the teams usually will aggress forward. One of the teams will kind of hang back. That's the general overall strategy that tends to stick with this game type.
Right, yeah. And again, that's going to force those 1v1 matches, right? So if you're not accurate enough, or you don't know what weapon type you have, and you're missing the range, and you lose that engagement, all of a sudden you're down 50%, and your teammates got to come back, 1v2 in the rest of the game mode. So. And
at that point too, because you're assuming there's a 1v1 going on either side, if you lose one, the other teammate's obviously going to immediately jump over to your other teammate. So you have an advantage in that you know that the other player is going to be somewhere around you, but they have the advantage of where they can pinch you off. They can really decide how they want to make those engagements onto you. A lot of strategies, and I feel like we haven't even seen probably the best meta strat in this game yet, because it's only been around for, a month, less than?
Yeah, it launched when Call of Duty came out. Again, it was there during it was like the alpha game when it released on PS4. So if you're a PS4 player, you probably got a little bit more gameplay in it.
If you pre-ordered.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But yeah, talking about those engagements, and you're going to see that the one way that 1v2 match is going to be able to swing towards that one-man team is if that call-out happens, like, hey, I got gunned down on this side, he's high right, bottom left, or whatever. So.
And this is a map I definitely like because you've got things like foliage and the landscape and no ground at all to deal with there. So a lot more places to crouch down and camp, which can be a problem. But at the same time, depending on how aggressive these teams decide to be, these rounds can go pretty quick. So it looks like already Lanky, that blue team, is going to be hopping behind it to that little hideout. And not a lot of confrontation on this one so far. It looks like they've spotted somebody out, and Coalition taking that one. We didn't even see the perspective because the other player managed to wipe them both out.
And that's just insane. I was going to be asking, what are you going to do? Obviously, that was a very quick play by just one person. But speaking in times, we've talked about the disadvantage that can come from a 1v2. How do you come back when you suddenly find yourself in that situation? You're the 1 versus 2.
I think it comes back to those call-outs, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was a good one. And also not cornering yourself in a place where there are 2 easy access points, because you know that they're going to emerge you there. That shotgun was not quite enough. Now it is a 1-on-1. And no communication at that point because you're on your own. So just really good flanking on that end. And that means, if I'm not mistaken, Lanky is going to take a second round for themselves. Yes. So we'll see now if Great Value 100 Thieves are able to take this back. They haven't been doing poorly. It hasn't been a clean wipe. It has been 1v1s for the most part here. It seems like the Lanky has a little bit of an upper hand on the weapon types themselves.
Yeah, and as we progress in these rounds, right, we start to see a little bit more of that play style where people are sitting back and not being as much aggressive. Ooh. Shooting across the map like that, though, that was a nice shot.
Yeah, that really was. Though, I would feel that missing there. He managed to snake a lot, and honestly, thanks to the large magazine, you're looking at an LMG there on that guy. So. Plenty of ammo to blast off at those guys. As soon as you have vision, you might as well. And that's one of the strategies. You need to know when to conserve ammo, because reloading in this game mode can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and that reload time depends on what weapon you have and what layout you have. So, again, it's all about...
Just hanging back for the most part. We've got a couple shots going off. It looks like we are sitting on another full auto here. Spaceless gets taken down. Rock Gardens finding first blood. And now Zentrique is the final member here of Great Value. Both members seemingly going to jump in on him. Ooh, actually he definitely had an opening there. This is a dangerous way to go through. Zentrique is going to stake around the other side. Crouching down, he manages to take them both. He could have had him had he continued around the other side there.
For sure.
He would have had the elimination, ended up taking the other dangerous way around. Pathing there not working out for those members. You definitely need to commit on this kind of game, because as soon as they figure out maybe what your strategy might be, they can generate one of their own. And we're looking at Lanky's side now, sitting at 3-1. That was the first win there from Great Value 100 Thieves. Ooh, already some good damage going down to Rock Gardens. Some retaliation, though, has been found. And I don't know, they do know that he is right there. So they have placement at least, and now just need to move in. A pretty good area to do so as well. Packet is going to have to be very careful here. 5 seconds now. Somebody's got to move in.
Somebody's got to move in or take that flag once that timer goes down.
Yep, and they're going for the flag. Waiting for that one. Ooh, and it looks like it's going to be a quick... Ooh, quick and he did not get there in time.
It seemed like we had a little bit of a problem of committing there. There really was a hesitation as soon as that flag went down that allowed Lanky to take that point. What do we have to look for here in terms of committing to a play and not allowing the other team to run over you?
I mean, you've got either a chance to get hit from behind or a chance to, approach the enemy from behind or have a 50-50 face-to-face. So there are situations where you're not going to have an advantage. At that point, you might as well just commit to what you think you can do. Zentrique there, finding a really solid first blood and hanging back is the strategy that's working right now for Great Value 100 Thieves. Ooh, Zentrique is going to go down there soon after Allegiance finding a second win. It was not Zentrique this time. Spaceless picking one up for himself as Zentrique actually went down first.
This what really gets me is you can see these plays coming out like, oh, this person is going to flank around, but it's so punishing if you misplay by just one. Because one shot, even if you're the person who gets the flank on somebody, if you don't have those sight sign lined up just right, you're the one going down. That's what kind of astonishes me about just how fast-paced these matches are.
There we go. We can see Spaceless over there. They're both trying to get sights on each other. No hits there. We are watching. Ooh, and it looks like an aggressive move in. It's a dangerous one. Spaceless is found out. A bunch of damage going down onto him. Zentrique decides to retaliate, but the headshots gives Rock Gardens first blood. It is a 1v1 now. We didn't even get to see the final fight, but Allegiance managed to take that one, and they've almost tied it back up here. 4-3. This would be the comeback of a lifetime because they were getting handled pretty well early on.
Yeah, and again,
How exactly can they stage this comeback? We obviously saw some great gameplay from Faceless there.
I mean, it just comes back to knowing your weapon, right, and being able to communicate with your teammate just like that. You know what the range is. Being able to eliminate both of your opponents with just the pistol is pretty impressive.
That's what we're seeing a lot of from Zentrique in particular. And I know he plays a lot of these games. We've seen Zentrique at a lot of different tournaments and things like that we've hosted. I'm not sure if he probably was at the Overwatch one, actually. So that is his strategy, is to swap over and use that pistol because he knows that a solid, I mean, what, 2 headshots with that and you're going to go down?
Yeah, well-placed headshots with the pistol and you're going to...
What do you think, does Lanky, do you think that they have the current will to do it? Do they think that they can pull this win out after those consecutive losses they've had?
Woo, after that, I think so.
Yeah, after that nice first blood.
They did have the first half of this match, so I can tell they're probably a little bit surprised, a little taken off guard. Ooh, Spaceless!
Now we're down to that 1v1.
And this is where it gets really scary for Lanky because this situation has consistently led to Allegiance taking it once more. They find themselves with that Spaceless taking that final 1v1 several times in a row, very consistently.
And Spaceless, has been a real clutch player for great value. Been a great value for great value.
Zentrique, it seems like he's got the initial engage, and then Spaceless follows it up. Already some sighting going down. Looks like an AK. And they are they are not going to stick with that weapon. We'll have to see if Zentrique decides to change. Raw Garden's getting into a dangerous place. Ooh, Spaceless, though, found first blood on the other side, so Lanky's going to have to be really careful here. This is match point for great value. If Lanky wins this one, they will push it out to a match point for both sides. We'll see if they can do it, though. Only one member up and available. Less than 10 seconds left on the clock. Some hit points there. On to great value. Now he's going to move in. Woo, scary movement here. Oh, he's got good eyes on both members, though. Down goes one. Spaceless is the first to go, but Zentrique manages to find it out. And the comeback of a lifetime here. Great value 100 Thieves taking down Lanky.
Yeah, that was a great match.
That was very interesting because it seemed like he had sights on both members there, and then all of a sudden he turned around to try to head to the flags. So they went up 4 and then got completely reverse sweeped there. That's what's really amazing about this match.
I think some of that has to do with we were missing a lot of the aggression from the Great Value 100 Thieves that we were seeing from Lanky. And so, I mean, I know we're going to jump into some replays. We can probably take a look at what exactly went right for them. The pistol on Zentrique certainly went well many times. That was a beautiful one. That was one of the, I think, that was the very, very first one. So right there, I mean, one of the teammates didn't even get seen, and they were able to take it and then follow it up, very consistently with really, really clean wipes.
Which almost like a mix-up of one player being super aggressive, one player staying back, and that super aggressive player just coming out on top. Which is,
it was both of them too. It wasn't as though one member there of Lanky was carrying for sure. And same thing with Great Value. As soon as they found their footing here, Zentrique usually with the initial elimination, he might get taken down by that second member. And this one was a pretty incredible play there by Lanky. So you might get taken down by a second member, and that's when Spaceless in the second half of those rounds really came in clutch.
These well-placed rounds right across the map too. When you have an LMG in that kick, it's really hard to keep that accuracy down across the map like that. So those are awesome play shots right there.
And the LMGs definitely went well for Lanky, not as well for Great Value. And that may have been because they were trying to swap over to the pistol, and you're just not looking at the consistent range and damage that you get from an LMG. You do have the speed and the mobility, though, that an LMG certainly doesn't offer.
And would there have been anything that you would have done differently, seeing if you're in Lanky's shoes and you're up 4-0 and then this reverse sweep starts to happening? What would have been going through your mind in trying to turn the match around?
I mean, just keeping those calls consistent, right? When your teammate goes down, the down teammate needs to be able to call out where he got killed from and where that opponent was coming from. So. if you can't do that, it's really hard to come back from a loss or or that 1v2.
And find too, what is working well, what is working well for them. Not just why did you win those first rounds, but why did they lose those first 4 rounds? What went wrong for them that suddenly is going right now that they're winning those rounds, and to come back and win 6. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
definitely a team to watch out for, especially if you have a lead in the first few rounds.
And I think also Seven Faceless was just such a great clutch player for great value. He was able, even when he was 1-2, completely turn entire matches around. And considering that was such a great match, we got to go down to Peyton to find out from the players what was going through there. Peyton, such a great match. What are the players thinking?
Yeah, that really was a great match. Yeah, I'm here with Zentric right now. So Zentric, tell me, what was going through your communication and through your minds when you were trying to produce that comeback?
So it's really hard to hear anything within game because of all the casting. So I mean, it was pretty much just kind of hold back and just call out, pretty much yell where we see them, because we can't really hear footsteps or anything like that. So
it's a tough playing field here, pretty treacherous. Anyway, back to you guys on the desk.
Well, certainly a very exciting match, and we have got more coming up. Hopefully some of the matches can be as great as that one, because that was really competitive. I'm looking forward to more, and I hope you are too, so we're going to take a short break and be right back.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Gentlemen, welcome and thanks for watching this. I'll tell you who I am in just a second, but we're here in the Boise State Esports Arena in downtown Boise to talk about some upcoming events. And, of course, I am Dr. Chris Haskell. Joining me on the desk, a very special person who I'm excited to introduce you to, Brigadier General Farron Schwartz. Welcome to the broadcast. First question I've got for you is, how in the world, how good do you have to be, good behavior, for many, many years to become a Brigadier General?
Well, Doc, first of all, I never set out to be a Brigadier General, but to be honest with you, I thought I was going to join for a few dollars to go to college over at my great alma mater, Idaho State University, home of the Bengals.
The West Point of Central Idaho.
Of course, yes. And I progressed my career through different levels of responsibility and through good timing, good behavior sometimes, and some good luck.
Yeah.
I was able to rise up through the ranks and get this job, and it's a phenomenal opportunity that I love every day.
That's really so. What has changed from the time that you got into maybe now? Everybody says that it's a different military. It's a new military. It's a different way of thinking. You've got the perspective. That's not an old joke. But what do you notice now about the people and what the service provides?
When I joined, it was just coming off of basically the Vietnam era, if you will. A lot of our veterans were from that era. Mm-hmm. Now the sense of patriotism and social respect that I get out in the community is phenomenal. I mean, the way we're treated comparative, to when I first joined back in, when we had to bring your own mule to be in the Army. But it's phenomenal, and the way we're treated. In a celebrity status is just phenomenal.
And I'm not saying why you got in, because you went to the West Point of Central Idaho, but there's quite a bit different things offered now than there used to be. What are the advantages, I would think, of going into the military today?
Well, the thing that I see in the military now, and like I say, it was that some communities it's seen as kind of as a last choice, as a last resort. In society.
Your fallback.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and so I see it as myself as a first choice. I mean, I have two children that were both facilitated their college degrees through that. I have another one that's a pharmacist. But
they can't all turn out good.
Exactly. And so it has been really has facilitated the success of my family. I had short-term goals that I attained, through that. But I see it as you join the Idaho Army National Guard, and it will enable you to do whatever you want in life. I mean, it's if you want to trade or if you want to go to college, the Guard can pay for that.
Yeah, it's a ton of new experiences, new opportunities. Now, you're going to be working over the next couple of days. Well, this week we're having a big event here for the Idaho Army National Guard, which we'll talk about in a second. But you're attracting and seeking more tech-savvy, gamer-gen young men and women. Why?
Well, Doc, I can say if you step into an M1 Abrams tank, a Bradley fighting vehicle, or a howitzer, and you look at the gunner station on that, it strongly resembles a gaming console with the switchology that they have to have. So we have to have very tech savvy that can troubleshoot systems, that can react to stimuli produced by an enemy situation, and react in a split second to take action on that situation, and either deploy a weapon system against a real world enemy, and like I say, we see that in a lot of in this generation of gaming types soldiers that have those capabilities.
They've had experience doing it. You and I talked a little bit before the broadcast about kind of the applicability of experiences. Not to get too deep on you folks at home there, but tangential learning and all of those things. Don't worry, we'll keep it between the ham and the bread here. But the idea of developing skills in a game and in simulation, problem solving, that this generation has and that the gamer savvy folks have. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about the importance of experience, even if it's simulated experience, in real world decision making? You talked about working at Checkpoint when we were talking earlier.
And that's what it really comes down to. Is I see, I've been through 2 combat deployments and taken hundreds of soldiers out into harm's way, and I'll take a.
Can you tell us where it was? Was it the moon?
It was.
Was not the moon?
It was not the moon. No,
I think it was the moon. I'm pretty sure. Continue.
And so I've taken those young soldiers, male, female. I put them behind a large caliber weapon system, and at a checkpoint, and I've asked them to either identify them as friend and foe in a matter of a few seconds, and either possibly having to take a life or spare a life, and they do that routinely, and a lot of it is because they've had that stimuli. They have a frame of reference that's built up through gaming and other situations in life, but I really think that this generation has the ability to make those split second decisions in an effective way, and to either save their lives or save the lives of those they're protecting.
And they can balance that in a different way because they've been placed in situations that don't seem normal in games for a long, long time. We even joked before, you learn the problem solving of how to beat the level boss like a Pam from HR. She's this big burly level boss. And you've got to figure out what the win condition is of that space so that you can get out of there alive and with your paycheck as well. Those kind of decision making skills are, would you say that they're newer or they're easier to identify nowadays?
Yeah, I think that, like you said, the soldiers we have now have been put in those situations either through a synthetic environment or real life, and they're able to bring them with them and interact them on the battlefield, either in training or in actual combat situations, and are quite effective when put in those situations.
So, yeah, it's interesting, and this kind of leads to my last question here. But I think what you're talking about too is that people are now joining the military with quite a bit of their own thought processes and power. It's not just we just need to teach you one thing and you're going to react that way every time. You're looking for smart people. So when we've got this event going on this weekend and you're walking around looking behind the different players in this 2v2 tournament, what are you looking for in them? I mean, how do you kind of star search that?
Well, see, and like we talked before, when I first joined, the military was made up primarily of order followers. Follow without question, and to some extent we have to have that. But right now, in the modern day armory, we're looking for soldiers that are free thinkers, that can think on their feet and can lead others, and that's what they're going to develop into an effective soldier on the battlefield.
Solving problems in real time, the ability to kind of identify what the win condition is, or what the survive condition is, or what the success condition is, and get those around them to do that thing to be successful.
Exactly. I mean, they're given a certain amount of requirements, of a mission. And their resourcefulness to get out and find the resources that to be able to accomplish that mission is paramount in what we do. And if they're not free thinkers, and if they're waiting around, to be told what to do, they're just not going to be that effective.
No, that's really interesting, and you're going to find those folks at this event, involved in the tournament in just little groups of two. It's going to be really exciting to see all the people that are going to come together, and you guys have helped put that together. So it's really cool. This Saturday here at the Boise State Esports Arena, we'll have those folks up on stage. Well, thank you very much for joining me. Brigadier General Farron Schwartz is with me. If you are watching at home, you can of course click on the links down below and find out a little bit more information if you want to come and watch this event. Or be a part of it. You can always follow with the social media, again, linked in the description below, and connect directly with recruiters and folks who you want to talk to. Thanks a lot for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Welcome back. We are currently in the middle of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament brought to us by the Idaho Army National Guard. We have had 2 matches so far and have just come off a really exciting reverse sweep match. I am so looking forward to what we have coming up next. What are we looking for here as we join Sergeant Valencia and Jolly on desk with me in round 3?
Ooh, I mean, I want to see, I guess, some changes in strategy. I know there's really not much you can do with this kind of game. Because there's only so much you can do with the amount of space that you have, but I want to see more aggression. We'll go with that.
Yeah, we did see a lot of teams kind of sit back in these first couple of rounds, so there wasn't as many aggressive players, but I think that's probably going to change as we get more progressed into the bracket. So
yes.
And one thing I want to see is which players really shine through, which players are going to be able to turn around 1v2s into a win for that particular round and then take the whole match, because we have been starting to see that in this game of players that really come through. And that's not to say that it's an individual game. Of course, teamwork is a very popular part of that, but I'm really looking forward to just plays that blow our minds away, where it's where the match gets completely flipped around in just under 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's more than possible, and they are very, very quick rounds. So, it's high tension, it's high energy for these players, and I do really like the aggressive plays. We did see a lot of the less aggressive plays, the kind of hold back plays you were talking about there, Sergeant Valencia, when it comes to the last round there. It was Linky against Great Value 100 Thieves. They ended up getting a comeback, 6 rounds when they were down 4 on that, and the majority of those plays were hangbacks, at least for the second half of those rounds, the second third of those rounds. It kind of hurts when it's that kind of like a comeback from the hangbacks. You're being aggressive the whole game and it just didn't work out for you. But the adaptability is something else that's really cool about this game that we're able to see in even just a few rounds.
Yeah, and I do like that the rounds are so quick that you can only hang back for so long before you have to push on that flag or you have to push on the next on the objective. So being able to see that and they have to change their gameplay just due to the game clock is fun to watch.
And we have not seen any strategy when it comes to the flag itself.
No.
No team has actually tried utilizing the pressure, like hanging back, waiting until the flag becomes available or the time comes down, and going in and taking that flag. Because if the timer does run out, you have a flag that spawns in the middle, and whoever captures that flag first is going to win the round. It's kind of like an overtime, like we see a lot in Overwatch. So there is a strategy where you can just hold out for the clock and then force the other team to move in on the flag and either move in yourself or engage on them, just using the flag in general as an overall strategy.
Absolutely. And we saw that earlier today where teams knew where the other players were, so they pushed on the flag because they knew what direction they were going to come to, because that player's got to come towards the flag or else they're going to lose on that overtime. So being able to see that, I think we'll probably see a little bit more of that and see how those players are going to build that strategy into the game.
Oh, yeah. And as we get down to the nitty-gritty of it, too, I mean, you're looking at the best of the best, if you will, of these players. So more of these kinds of strategies and different strategies should be emerging when we get further into the brackets here, because we've got, 8 teams coming into this one. 9 teams. Was it 8 teams? That looks like 12 teams to me. My paper was wrong. So I see 12. I see 12 teams total. We're going to jump in, though, to the next one. OG Grizz versus 72P.
And what are we looking at? I was going to ask you, Sergeant Valencia, about different maps that we could see. And what maps would you be excited to see for, as one already showed up in the matches?
Yeah, this one's actually really fun. This one was in the alpha, so these guys have been playing this one for a while, so you'll automatically see that. They already know where the guys are going to pop up as they come around the corner like that. So
this is definitely one that I feel the majority of the strategy is that split I was talking about. One person going to either side and just mounting up on one of those walls. These guys, though, have found that the aggressive route is a lot more effective. 7-2P.
And that looked like a good call out, too, because he knew where he was coming from. He came around that corner already aimed down sights, but it just didn't work out for him.
And the sliding into, using the mobility in their favor. We don't like to see drop shots or anything, but slides are cool. Slides are acceptable.
Yeah, I would say that was almost poetic with the slide and then the gun twirling in the air in slow motion. That was beautiful to watch.
Okay, so maybe we did see it flipped then. So OG Grizz was the team that ended up taking that one. Ooh, both members down there, Coalition. So now it is tied up there as we 72P see them taking one. A good final shot. Really just vision on that one, having higher ground.
Absolutely. This map doesn't have a lot of differences in elevation either, so it's pretty all level playing field, so it's all going to be kind of lanes and picking your shots.
And you can't really run away anywhere either. Because the map is so small, you can see if you shoot at somebody, you know exactly where they're going. And at that point, you have to pick your strategy. And now we can see, a pretty solid one coming here. I believe we're watching from the perspective there of that Coalition side. A couple grenades coming out. He has lost sight of them and is assuming they're moving in, but they're actually coming through from the other side. A good rotation there. Ooh, some missed shots and a headshot is going to be enough. Mr. Purple taking that. It looks like his teammate found the other.
Yeah, he's got some range on that shotgun right there.
Yeah, yes he does. It's a Model 680. I mean, that's the most busted part of this game. The Model 680, it doesn't matter what attachments you have on it, what range you're at. If you get near the head, you are going to be able to do a solid amount of damage. So it was really, really good thinking on that team, knowing that they have range, even though they're stuck with a shotgun.
Absolutely, all about knowing those loadouts.
Yes, and the Model 680 is very, very common, so hopefully people are aware at least of the capabilities of that one. This has been pretty busted since day one, in my opinion. Now a little bit of the stalling here. Ooh, I'm not sure if he saw that teammate coming around from the other side. He did not. Mr. Purple going to find first blood once again. 72P finding themselves on the upper hand. Down he goes, though.
Flips it, 1v1. Here we go.
And this is what we like to see, especially with shotguns. They are at a pretty good distance, and they both know where the other player is. We're going to see a frag coming out here. Ooh, no tick marks on that one, though, so no hits on Grizz. That is 2 shots down in this shotgun. That's going to be 3 down. He has a bit of an advantage when it comes to reloads. There it is. He did manage to actually counter the flag take there, but not save his life.
Absolutely.
So that's you got to get in with your life.
A little ring around the rosy there.
Right. We've seen quite a few of those, and they definitely work out for the fox who is on the tail end, chasing.
Yeah, and sound plays a big part of this too. Like if you get close enough to your opponent, you're going to know where he is just based off the sound.
Yeah, even what you are running on, I think has been a really cool part of this game. If you're running on wood or if you're running through a lot of these cartons and things like that, your feet make a different sound. Mr. Purple again finding first blood. A grenade goes out. A tick was found, so they know that he's on that side. But he also knows there's another one on that side. Ooh, and the headshots clean it up. Mr. Purple now the only one left there on the side of 72P. We are watching from OG Grizz, who takes a lot of damage, but the headshots make it.
There we go.
That's what we love to see. The headshots offer so much damage, and the accuracy here coming from Routine Astro.
Absolutely, that had to been a good call out because he knew
yeah.
exactly where he was as soon as that 1v1 matchup started.
And he picked the right side because he had one on either side. At first, he actually had the aggression on that left-hand side, and he's like, nah, I know where this guy is. His head is popped up over here. Once he took that one out, it definitely throws the other team off, going from a 2v1 and losing initially, making it a 1v1. Some good eyes on Grizz here, no eyes there. Mr. Purple, once again, I guess, first blood man here himself. 30 seconds now left on the clock. A smoke coming out, and it is another 1v1, but Mr. Purple is on the end. And on the other side is the miraculous player there who we just saw win a 2v1 Routine Astro.
Using that smoke defensively, though, that was a pretty good move. Like, I haven't seen a lot of tactics using.
Ooh. Yeah, that was the vision, though. We could definitely see that 72P had eyes there. Mr. Purple knew exactly where OG Grizz was moving around to. And it was a really good use of the tactical grenades there.
And I really like that first elimination for Mr. Purple. That was just a gift wrapped for you. They didn't even see it out of the corner of their eye.
Yeah, he is very good at getting the flanks, and that is another problem with this, is if you do move to the side and mount up, like I was talking about that strategy, if you're not mounted the right direction, you're going to get taken, and there's really no time to return or retaliate in this mode, because you've got very wide windows. Ooh, getting hit from behind! Once again. Yeah, you got to constantly, if you're not constantly moving in this game mode, you have to know everything around you. You need to at least be constantly watching every single direction. That's why a lot of mobility in this game mode is actually a lot more effective than a lot of small map game styles.
Mr. Purple continuing to be a thorn in the side, just getting those flanks, nobody even noticing him until it's too late.
Now we're going to be watching from the perspective here of OG Grizz. A couple shots from the pistol, as we can see coming out. And Mr. Purple is trying to flank around here. Both players of 72P moving in, a bit of crouching. Ooh, and he's on the other side of the box here. I'm not sure if either of them knows. Woo! Doesn't really matter when the other member flanks.
So you use that flashbang or that stun grenade, you do get that kind of marker that shows up recognizing a hit. So he did have a little bit of a tell knowing that he was in that area, but definitely didn't know, because had he gone around the right-hand side, he would have been able to navigate back through the box on the other end, or could have used that for cover there. But hindsight, 2020. Absolutely.
That's what they say. And next year, it really will be. Jumping into this one now, 72P match point here. OG Grizz, though, has found themselves in a lot of good situations in the 2v1s. Mr. Purple going to find first blood once more, and that's not a good sign for OG Grizz to stay in this one, especially when he has sights there. Or Mr. Purple on OG Grizz. No, he's not. Allegiant's going to take that as Mr. Purple goes down. So another 2v1 going in favor of OG Grizz. That seems to be the name of the game so far.
Yeah, staying alive on this one.
5-4 now. So match point still for 72P, and if OG Grizz can take this one, we're going to finally see a 5-5. Unfortunately, it was 6-4 last time. Great value, 100 Thieves not giving up that 5th win to Lanky. We'll see how this one goes. Ooh, so already it looks like OG Grizz is hunkering down. They do not want to risk giving this one up. So we can see a few tacticals going out there, and now some movement in. Captain Morgan, what a drop! And Allegiance has done it. OG Grizz got it, 5-5. This is match point. Whoever takes it is going to win the round and move on.
It all comes down to the wire.
It really does. And this is the quickest, most intense map, and I love seeing games go even like this. The worst thing is to have to, commentate something that's just a slaughter.
Yeah, these guys seem to be pretty well stacked up against each other.
The strategy is very strong on both sides, which is always nice.
So interesting seeing the optics on a shotgun and seeing how this plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to use that, if they decide to use it at all. Because it being a shotgun,
right.
The best move is usually to get in relatively close, and sometimes aiming down the sights can actually hurt you when it comes to the close combat stuff there. Swapping to the pistol, as we can see, not a single member has gone down yet. Ooh, some good damage though, and this is a really bad situation for OG Grizz to be in. Teaks coming from both sides. He knew where he was, but he wasn't able to retaliate, so Captain Morgan finding the first blood, and the coalition, there it is, 72P. Taking down OG Grizz.
I love the communication and teamwork that we saw there. As soon as we saw Mr. Purple get the flank and hit onto OG, it was just a pure panic, and you saw his teammate was right there. They were calling out where he was running and was able to get the elimination, and from there on out, it was just a simple walk to take the match.
And I mean, I hope we see more of the max rounds. That's for sure. The final rounds.
That was
it's
great.
Nice to see that
was
pop
fun
up.
to watch.
And especially with that potential final round being stolen from Lanky here. But so far, all of these games, I mean, that first one, SEAL Team 6 versus 100 losses or 100L, that was a bit of a rough one. But since then, it's been fairly even.
Yeah, we've seen a full reverse sweep. We've seen one go all the way to the tiebreaker. It really is heating up, and I'm certainly enjoying it. We're going to take a look at the replays from that last match coming up right here.
Oh, here's that slide shot we saw in that first round.
The beautiful twirl in the air.
Was a great one, and there we can see.
So interesting, these guys actually didn't split up. There was a lot more running down mid on these maps than we saw in previous
Run it
maps.
down mid. We said that one a lot. Not in regards to this game usually, but
right.
it works on a map this small. And you were talking about the 3 lanes. If you both decide on going the middle lane every single time, it gives you some advantages. You got to swap it up, which they were doing, but you're right, they were moving in tandem together, which in times it helped, and in times it actually hurt them here.
I might just be a sucker for kind of ragdoll physics and just seeing some. But the gun twirling there, someone landing right on their head, I want to put some classical waltz behind this in slow motion. My day's made.
Really solid shots. I mean, I could appreciate this match thoroughly. There was every type of weapon. I guess we didn't really see any snipers or anything like that. But, a good variation when it comes to assault rifles, shotguns, SMGs,
some machine guns
reticles.
Right here.
Yeah, lots of SMGs, which is nice for this map.
I like this right here, actually, seeing these guys use the tactical grenades in a defensive way. Pop Smoke kind of tried to gain some distance between him and his enemy. Again, doesn't really work out for him in the end, I don't think. But it was a good thought.
It really was a good strategy. And that is one that a lot of people aren't willing to risk, because if you throw out a smoke, the other team's got to know where you're at.
So as we wrap this match up, and we are 3 matches into these finals, we have someone on stage who is going to be talking to the winners of that match, or losers, or just people who participated in that match. I don't know anything, but do you know who knows something? Peyton does on stage, and that's why we are going to head to him right now. Peyton, what do you know?
Yeah, I'm here with Mr. Purple right now. They just got off a very clutch win. Came down to the last round, actually. So, Mr. Purple, tell me, how did your strategy change throughout that match?
Well, I wanted to switch my routes. I noted he never watched his left side flank or whatever, so I just kept hitting that, and then switched up and went mid once to catch him off guard. So,
all right. Well, there you have it. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Peyton. We are currently 3 rounds into this, and are there any final thoughts on that round that we saw, Jolly and Sergeant?
No, it was fun to watch that go to the final round. I think that was first match of the night,
Yep.
right? That went to...
It was. Yeah, only 3. I feel like we've been doing this for a long time. So I'm excited for the rest of the matches, because if this far back in the bracket we're seeing matches that are this even, that means when we get further in, when we get to the actual finals, it's going to be pretty crazy. And And I hope these players, too, know what they are playing for, because we haven't actually gotten the chance to show off the crates or anything like that. We will, I'm sure, we'll get production to set a time where we can show those off, because last time they were massive, but I insisted on bringing one up here and going through all of the cool swag, because it's awesome. It is absolutely amazing, the amount of stuff that you guys offer. And, you know, coming down to the events, getting like pizza, and there's water bottles and stickers, and I mean, these alone, I was stoked on this little sticker set. So lots of cool stuff that you guys offer for being here in person, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And tell us a little bit more about the tournament, because we've hinted that these are the finals, but we've had this tournament going on since the morning. Has there been anything that you've seen, Sergeant Valencia, just throughout this day that might be of interest? How's the whole event as a whole been going?
Yeah, I think the whole event as a whole has been awesome. Again, we do these free and open to the public, so just trying to get as many people as possible to come in and participate. We had a really good showing here today. We actually... When we originally put the tournament together, it was only going to be 2 pools, and we actually opened up another pool for because we had so many teams signing up when we opened up the tournament. So it's been a really good turnout. Everyone here has been awesome. The players have been great, hanging out with all day, seeing how these guys come in and talk to each other and put that teamwork together to be able to come out and put someone's...
So we have had every single match that I would say I'd be willing to wager that every single match has gotten more exciting than the last. You know, we had a pretty dominant performance in the first match. Then we had a reverse sweep in the second match. Then we've had it go all the way to the tiebreaker in the third match. I cannot wait for this fourth match. Frankly, the pressure's on a little bit, because it has been getting more exciting with each match as it's going on tonight.
It is, and there is the swag. We'll get you a little bit more insight on everything that is in those. As you can see on the right-hand side, though, those are the first place crates. They're a little bit smaller than last time, just in case some folks have to walk home with those crates. But those are custom engravings on all of them. There's a Call of Duty one, first place, the Gunfight 2019, the Boise State logo, the iGuard Gaming logo, the Idaho Army National Guard logo on there, and the skateboards you can see as well at the end. There's a mouse. There's a custom jersey, actually. You can kind of see the camouflage at the side of that jersey. I had never seen those before. We'll definitely bring some of this stuff up and really show it off to you guys, but all kinds of really cool exclusive stuff.
All there tantalizingly in front of all the competitors, reminding them why they are here. I am going to have to look at the stuff myself, because it's that eye-catching. So we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back and see who takes home all that loot after this.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Too hard on myself, and maybe it ain't
Welcome back to tonight's broadcast. We are right in the middle of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare gunfight 2v2 first to 6, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. It has been a great night so far. Each match has been more exciting than the last, so I am very excited, especially for the team names. We have Tyrant Gaming and also Spicy Camel, also, if I'm not mistaken. Spice Camel. Well, hopefully the gameplay is spicy. With a name like that, I'm excited.
Well, Spice Camel is, if you eat it, it's going to be spicy, right? And then Spice Camel is like a camel that is carting spices. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, too bad, because I get to interpret your names.
I'm going to go with that. That sounds correct.
Yeah, it really does. And then we're going to take a look at the bracket as well. I have some stats, but it looks like Tyrant Gaming was sitting at 6-1 the last time we had that. And then Spice Camel down there at the bottom, we can see we're sitting at 4-3. So, again, we're seeing a little bit of a differentiation, obviously, in these brackets. But so far, that has not stopped any of these teams from just demolishing these stats and numbers and really just playing based on what they're bringing to the table and who they're playing up against. And we can see the winner of this one is going to be up against the Girthy Dingoes there in round 2.
We could potentially have the Spice Camels versus the Girthy Dingoes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Or Tyrant Gaming versus the Dingoes, but just any match called the Camels versus the Dingoes, I'm interested in.
Yeah, that does seem a little one-sided.
It does seem maybe a little one-sided. We're going to find out if it's one-sided, though. And one thing that just strikes me is we have got a whole lot of gameplay. We're not even halfway through, and it's already felt like we've been through trials and tribulations and all sorts of great plays.
Yeah. I better be getting paid extra. But we can see the teams setting up there right now. I think we're going to try to hop right into it because since we're not behind, but we weren't expecting all of these matches to go out with so many rounds. So I think we're just going to try to quicken the pace here, getting these guys knocked out. It does take us a little time in between. Obviously, the players have to go up, get logged in. They're all playing on PlayStation. And so I guess they all agreed to that. That's something that I would be concerned with bringing up, at least in setting up that tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And we are going back to the docks. This was the first map that we saw in the first match.
It is. And that one was the heaviest one-sided match that we've seen.
Yeah, I got to say that passenger ferry out there better get out of the way because it's going pretty leisurely for what's about to take place.
Thank you. Oh, they did. They're both doing it. Already they're trying to make us dizzy. They know we're watching. Ooh, it looks like they are both going to jump in, and heavy movement forward there from Tyrant Gaming. It appears it's going to go in their favor there. Everybody either swapping over to the pistols or only being given that. We unfortunately aren't able to see the actual load out there. We just kind of have to assume that the weapon we see is the initial or the starting weapon.
Right.
So the M19 being just the standard. Very good weapon in this game.
Yeah, again, if you get well-placed shots with a pistol, you can usually come out on top.
All the pistols in this Call of Duty, honestly, are pretty powerful, which is nice to see because it gives you some sort of leverage if you run out of ammunition or, if you're just not good with a reticle or something that is assigned to the weapon that you are given there. And so swapping over to the pistols, it seems like that is a classic. Oh, some really good shots there, but Spice Camel had the upper hand on placement.
Oh, looks like he had a double team situation going on there.
Yeah, he thought he had the upper hand. Little did he know he was the one that was pinched there. So we can see Savior and Samurai Pig. I believe that is Spice Camel. The colors kind of swap around.
Oh my goodness, the passenger ferry actually docked right next to it. So they didn't get out of the way. If anything, they got closer.
Looks like we're going pistols one more time.
Once more, they seem okay with that. 1-1 so far on these guys. The shotgun being picked up and used not after a few shots went down, though, actually. Swap back over the pistol was not fruitful there. And now it's another 1-1. They both have eyes on each other. That's a lot of shots out. He's going to have to reload relatively soon. He's going to throw out a tactical grenade. He did get some ticks on that one, but both players know exactly where the other is. Some ticks there for damage. And
use that pistol to close. Yeah, using that pistol to close a distance until they're close enough to use that shotgun.
And even popping off a little bit of damage, moving around, relocating yourself, it does last quite a while. I feel like in this game mode, it actually fades not as quickly or not as heavily as a lot of the other game modes there. So some really great long distance shots, the X16 being used. Just more pistols, it seems like this round so far. Quite a few. Tyrant Gaming is going to take that though and gain a lead.
Right now we are 7 seconds away. Tyrant Gaming up 2-1. It's a pretty even match so far. No one really coming out dominant on either side. We're going to see if that changes right here.
Same strategies though. It seems like Spice Camel is jumping up along that left-hand side. And actually the other player is going around to the other side. We'll see if it was a good move. He was able to take down both there, and that was a really good move. One of the members going around actually setting aggression to himself, the other one flanking and actually dealing damage.
Now that is initiative right there, if I've ever seen it.
That was a risky move, because I'm not sure if he knew both of them were up there. He definitely knew one.
Well, one thing that I want to touch on, we just briefly mentioned this, but this is another thing that's kind of new in the terms of the shooters we've played, is they're playing on PlayStation, which means they're using controllers and actual game pads, and that's so different from what we see normally on our broadcast with mouses being used.
Well, and the interesting thing about this game too is it does have crossplay. As you load into a lobby, you can see what platforms people are playing on, and it's the first one in a while that allows you to see what platforms others are on and kind of limit that if you want to. But they just made this game so even on a playing field. A fantastic headshot there. It looks like Tyrant Gaming using the stalling strategy, waiting for the other team to try to relocate to gain positioning or to gain vision on the other team.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting pretty aggressive up until mid-map, and then they'll sit and wait at mid-map to see where the other players are at, and it seems working out for them.
Still 2-3 though. We're going to see from their perspective on what they decide to do over on this side. They are going to, jump over left. And they're both going to stick to the left this time. Whereas the other side, Spice Camel, is splitting up for, I think it's one of the first times so far. Both have eyes. Just using iron sights on this guy. But again, everybody has the exact same load out there. One member down, he spotted the other and is able to now communicate that with his teammate. A good move from him, though, to go down from the inside of the building instead of out and around. Now it's the 2v1, and now it's the 1v1, I believe.
Cut the air with the knife. Tension with the knife.
Oh, yeah. 0 seconds now. The flag is up and available. He's got to move in for it. And he did. He waited. That is kind of the strategy I was talking about. Basically forcing the other team to jump onto the flag there.
Yeah, and that flag is always going to be kind of in a more open area, so that person who's pushing, you can be able to see that other person kind of stay back and just keep eyes on the flag and wait for that person to just kind of sit there and take their shots.
And you have to kind of watch the timer on that too and position yourself correctly before it gets to those 10 seconds of overtime. Just so that you know you're not going to have to relocate yourself to a place where potentially the other team is able to see you.
Yeah, and here's where we see the strategy change with these sniper rifles. You'll see a lot more guys kind of aim back and try to get those long shots over map.
There's either a stun or a flash grenade, one of the tactical ones going out there. One of the members getting taken down. Spice Camel now has to take down 2 members here, Tyrant Gaming. They do have it tied up at the moment. He's going to pull the pistol out on this one. Ooh, a good grenade there. A very risky move walking back into that one.
It was, even after he used that stim pack.
Used the stim pack, but he was very, very low, one single shot. And also kind of low on the magazine, I believe. So just a bit of a misplay. It happens. When you've got time on the clock and when you've got 2v2 or only one on your team, it's very easy to look at some of these 50-50 choices and pick the wrong one.
Absolutely.
We've got some good scopes. Another sniper rifle we're looking at here, but they're focusing on, the short game. It was a shot, but not enough, and Samurai Pig finds that elimination. That's going to bring it to a 1-1, though.
Good call out there, knowing exactly where he was after he got down by him.
And getting that close range shot in as well. My goodness, though. All right, we know who the sniper master is now. Savior picking up that last one.
So it's 4 versus 4. This is very similar to what we've seen in the last match. It has just been no clear victor. It's been back and forth so far. Is there anything? What do they have to do to pull out in front here? I mean, is there anything different that they can do? I mean, that's a good first step, I'll just say.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but since both of them have been taking the strategy of instantly jumping one direction, definitely propping yourself up on something, taking a mount, and then just trying to catch them while they're moving out after the initial spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Even using that mount, obviously didn't see it here, but it's going to give you a little bit better view than ADS.
Yeah.
So.
See, Spice Camel now just has one more that they need to take this home. This is the match point. Tyrant Gaming is going to have to take the next two if they want to continue on tonight. And Spice Camel, we're going to be going completely into round 2 with them leading the charge if they can pull this out in 5 seconds.
Savior coming in clutch for sure in the last half of these rounds.
Yeah, and I think Tyrant Gaming has a pretty good shot at this. This has been pretty evenly matched team up here, so.
And not quite, the 4 wins on one side, the 4+ wins on the other side. It's been back and forth on this one. We've seen a little bit of the comebacks more so in the previous rounds with all of these. Looks like Tactical Grenade is going to go out. That's going to separate Tyrant Gaming here, maybe give Spice Camel a little bit of a view. There are some hit marks, but he's getting hit in response. A drop to re-heal. And the other member, it looks like, is actually jumping around. Savior finding first blood there. Once again, like I mentioned, coming in clutch. Ooh, he does have the vision there. And
Tyrant Gaming
takes that one.
Again, another 5-5 matchup here.
You guys want us to be here all night, don't you?
Yeah, that's the plan.
I was told this event would take 2 hours.
This is, like it said, the final round, and this is going to decide who goes home. And you almost kind of saw it in those last 2 eliminations. Spice Camel just rushed in because it was right there, so close for them. And now they got to go to this tiebreaker. The nerves have got to be running through both of them. This is high stakes. One goes home. Who's it going to be?
Let's see. In 40 seconds, we will have the result on that. Ooh, Chronic Dime's going to find a first blood right there across the map. It looks like he has found his weapon of choice, and he knows exactly where the last member there of Spice Camel is. He's going to get aggressed on the great jump down from that member Savior. Now in a 1v1.
Yeah!
Tyrant Gaming taking that
top.
one home. Not giving Spice Camel any leverage.
A great, very climatic ending to what has been a very even match. The matches have been heating up. The last 2 have gone to the very last tiebreaker point. We're going to be seeing some replays coming in here. And yes, we are in fact playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, just for those of you who have forgotten. And it has been a great night so far. I can't wait to see how this match turned out. There were so many great plays there, but man, you could feel the energy in that last match too, going from 2v1 to 1v1, and I want to go down to Peyton immediately to find out what was going through the players' heads. And such an exciting match. Right now, he is just getting the players ready.
You want to go immediately, but you can't.
Well, it was such an exciting match. How can you not want to go down to the stage there?
It really was, and I feel like Spice Camel, I mean, it felt like they had some early advantage there. We saw some really good comebacks. Savior, as I was mentioning, really finding some fantastic eliminations. I mean, these games were just so even. At the end of it, it's so easy to just say they both did great,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting this match all the way to the final round is really a telltale sign of how evenly matched these guys are. So.
And one thing that really came forward in that match more than anything is just kind of the different dynamic that this game plays is you really get moments of silence and high thing. We're all leaning forward, wondering what's going to happen next. You have moments in like, say, League or Overwatch where, there's the downtime, and then when the fight starts, you have the action, and then it dies down, then you go into more analysis. But here, there's so much tension as both players try to find that one perfect moment that ends in just a few seconds. So this really does, this tournament has got, if there's one word that this tournament has pulled out in my mind more than some of the games that we do here, it's really suspense, because you don't know what's going to happen, and it can change in just so few seconds.
It is an intense game mode for sure. And, we're getting down to the last half, I guess, of these teams.
Yep, we are going to be moving into round 2. But before we get down there, we are going to be heading to Peyton on the blue to talk to us about that first match. Peyton, what was that last match like?
Yes, hello. I'm here with Kiefer Reefer right now from Tyrant Gaming. He just was actually able to pull off that last kill to get the win for Tyrant Gaming. So, Kiefer, tell me, what was going through your head? Like, what was your game plan at the start, and did that change at all by the end?
You know, we've been just practicing a lot and taking a lot of time to get our angles and get our call-outs, and so we've been focusing a lot on that. And the team we played was pretty decent, and they held a pretty good game. So, good job to you guys.
Well, there you go. Very clutch win. Congrats to you. Now, back to you guys on the desk.
It was great to have down there. One thing that, a question that we did want to ask, but I'm sure we can discuss here on the desk is, what do you think their chances are next round for what we've seen? Their chances are going to be next round.
Oh, I think their chances are very good. I think we're still seeing relative consistency across the board in terms of how good all of these players are. I mean, I feel like I could pick any of these two and put them up against each other and expect to see at least 8 rounds kind of thing. You know, they're so even-keeled. I think it's looking good. The girthy dingoes, it is against Tyrant Gaming.
We can also see the other matchups in round 2 will be someone in the audience very excited for that match. We're also going to have Wildcats versus 100L, 725 versus Great Value, Cheese Bandits versus T2P, and as we just said, Dingoes versus Tyrant Gaming. So a lot left in this night and still very high stakes. We are going to be right back as we head into round 2, continuing this night on this Call of Duty Modern Warfare gunfight. We will be right back.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
I think it was a Honda, a 99 that we drive in plain Nirvana. It never started right away, it didn't wanna let me get too far from here. I was still too young to realize that these summertime drives, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda, I run another lot to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma, I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side, I feel stronger than I've ever been before. Still too young to realize that these summertime drives, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda, I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma, I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side, I feel stronger than I've ever been before.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route. Hold the line, this is good line, hold the line.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Load to the Humvee.
It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Welcome back to tonight's esports broadcast. We are coming to you from the Boise State Esports Arena in downtown Boise with our first ever Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. We are now moving into the quarterfinal rounds. It's very exciting. We've seen some great skill so far, and we're only going to see more exciting action as the competition heats up. Joining me on the desk, I've got Lisa Jolly Mohouse and Sergeant Valencia with us. It's great to have you two stay with us on the desk as this continues. And as we are going into the first round of these quarterfinals, what are we most looking forward to? Is there anything that we've seen in these previous rounds from these teams that we're looking forward to?
I think the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is seeing all of these undefeated teams come out now, because we have quite a few undefeated teams in this quarterfinals bracket, and actually we have two teams where one of the teams was defeated by, so we've got one at 7-1, one at 8-0. They played each other, and the Wildcats beat 7-2-5. So we've already got some rivalries and things going on between these teams. I'm just excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, I've watched these guys play, and the guys who went undefeated, they were definitely had done this before together. They've been practicing. They know their call-outs. They know where each other's going to be. They know their strategies for each map. So seeing that, I think you're going to see a lot more disparities in between the teams who have been practicing together and who have.
And as we are waiting for this match to start up, we are going to be going to Peyton Wayton-Wilkin on stage with us. What do you got for us before this round starts?
Hi, I'm here with a member of the Army National Guard putting on this event. So tell me, what's your role in the Army National Guard?
My name is Master Sergeant Jory Stevenson. I'm the marketing advertisement non-commissioned officer in charge. So I really represent the 54 states and territories on marketing and advertising.
Very nice. All right, so what brings you here to the Boise Arena?
Well, I'm here to help the states get into esports.
Nice. All right, and tell me, are you a gamer yourself?
Yeah, I'm an avid gamer for over 30 years. I play World of Warcraft. I play Final Fantasy XIV and also Warframe.
Nice, a good selection. Now, thank you very much. Back on the desk.
That's a lot of advertising.
Yeah, that is. But I also like the loyalty. You know, you hear them say World of Warcraft, someone goes, "Woo!"
That was definitely not anyone on desk. It's, you know, being the only girl means that, like, I can't subtly drop anything. So everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah, that was Jolly. Like, we all know. We all know.
I didn't say anything. All I said is that someone.
I think the cool thing about having you guys out here, the coolest thing, in my opinion, is just being able to see the integration of something that we don't necessarily assume that you guys love, but now I know a lot of you do really, really love gaming. And growing up, a lot of the times I thought, oh, well, you know, members of Army, National Guard, things like this must hate Call of Duty, and because, you know, it probably represents something that's not necessarily 100% accurate. But I know we were talking before this how Modern Warfare, this one in particular, is incredibly accurate, and things actually that, like, as a non-service member, I wouldn't recognize. We were talking about, like, the IR patches and things like that are just really cool aspects of this game that we get kind of pointed out because you guys are here. So we're going to hop into this next one. Thanks, though, for those little insights.
Yeah, for sure. It was fun to talk
It's one of the coolest things about having somebody up on stage here. And somebody, thankfully, that knows a bit more about this one than I do, because you've been playing at least this Modern Warfare a bit longer than I have.
Yeah, going into this one with shotguns and pistols, again, you're going to see these players kind of close the gap with those pistols until they get close enough to pull those shotguns out.
And they do have sights on them as well, which most of the times we have not seen. Some good vision. Out goes a tactical grenade. And we are looking at, I'm going to say it's, okay, so this is this 100 leaves? I think that's supposed to be the L and Wildcats. Oh, and we can see there was a tick marker on that grenade. They're moving as a team here, slowly going forward. Ooh, Eclipse, though, did find the first blood. I believe he was in prone as well. That member there of Wildcats that got taken down.
And there it is.
Both of them. It is 100 L. I'm just going to say 100 leaves because that's pretty funny, and I'm assuming maybe that's what they were going for there. So 2-0, very, very quickly finding themselves that one, even with taking some fire from Wildcats there. And Wildcats is the one I was talking about that is 8-0. So a great start there already for 100 leaves.
And right now we are into this match, and it's hard to tell this early on who has the upper hand because these past few matches have been so back and forth. You really can't tell who's going to take it as both teams are just kind of peeking out right now trying to find each other
and
out.
using that pistol as a range weapon is kind of interesting to see how they play off of that.
I'm a little curious because I thought 100 leaves actually lost earlier to SEAL Team 6. So that might be a different team. We'll have to double check that one. Some good damage now already. Again, Wildcats moving forward. They're brisk in their movements, and now they are taking separate routes here, we can see. But they're being very cautious in moving forward, and it looks like they might have the advantage on Vision here. They do!
Oh!
That's a rough one.
I thought he knew he was there. I thought he knew he was there.
No idea, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
And there we go, Wildcats finding themselves one in response.
Oh, I thought this was going to be... I thought he had the initiative there. I thought that was going to be some sort of crazy drop-down flank play. Unfortunately, he was looking at the wrong direction.
Absolutely. That sound had to play a key in that, too, because he knew he was coming in, walking across that wood, so he was just waiting for him to drop down and get a shot.
All right. Now we are jumping in. This is going to be the first tiebreaker as we have a 1-1. Still 6 victories to win here. It's going to be the same throughout the entirety of this tournament and single elimination throughout the entirety of it as well, at least in terms of the 6 rounds. Single elimination for a match. Some fire there going down. No tick marks being seen. We are, again, viewing the perspective here of 100 losses. Eclipse finds the first blood there on the other side. That means, Wildcats. He's going to pick up a tick mark, and that is a low weapon of 1 on the Wildcat side. A headshot is going to lead to his elimination.
It's great use of the terrain there, too. Be able to take cover really quick as soon as he starts taking damage.
That was a bit scary, though, when he had that grenade there. He was mid-throw when Wildcats started to open up fire on him.
It really was a very, very quick and clean reaction in getting that grenade out immediately, even though he wasn't able to probably cook it as long as he would have liked. He still got ticks off of it, and he got the pressure that he needed to move that player weapon of 1 out of that building, and then be able to defend himself in the process there. So 100 losses finding themselves on the upper hand here against an undefeated team. I think they were the #1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. There were a couple, I think three undefeated teams that we're going to be seeing here today. Cheese Bandits, Griffy Dingoes, and Wildcats. Gondor there, the Wildcats. Gondor's going to find first blood. A lot of damage here coming out to the last remaining member of 100 losses. He's going to be able to survive, not for very long, though. Wildcats finding their footing.
And tying it up again. This is something that we have been seeing play out over these past few matches. So much skill between these two teams, not letting either get too far ahead.
Now, is that actually correct, the 100 losses? 'Cause they did end up, if I'm not mistaken, losing to SEAL Team 6. So I just do want to confirm with that.
It might be
that
something to do with seeds or something.
Yeah.
Seeds or,
it is possible.
There's a reason we're not the ones running the actual bracket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because if it was up to me, that one play where you just got hit in the back, I would have given the win right there.
Gondor there finds the first blood. 100 leaves and knows where they're at, but that other member was able to use the baited member
Always
as fodder.
so dangerous trying to run across the map like that. Like somebody's bound to see you.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
just straight sprinting across the middle of the map.
Well, he knew that one player was there, but when you don't see any movement, you can assume that that is a bait. If you're moving towards them and they're not either trying to fire back or reposition themselves, they probably want you there.
They're waiting for you to make your move for sure.
Yep. So it was a good taunt from the Wildcats to put themselves in the lead, and we're now going to be viewing from their side here. Same strategy is essentially being taken, it looks like, by 100 leaves. Just splitting off to either side there. A bit of, I think that was just, ooh. I'm not really sure what that was, actually.
Just looked like a grenade that was tossed.
All right.
Found him out getting a little bit of damage there. No real elimination so far.
It's a good Great communication, we can tell. The second one of these members pops their heads up, the other finds them. Gondor finding the first blood, and second as well as Wildcats. They're going to clean this one up and put themselves ahead 4-2.
And one thing that this next match is really going to determine is this next coming up here is going to more than ever, I think, determine the course of this game, because this is the Wildcats' chance to really pull ahead and assert a dominant lead, something that we haven't seen in these past few matches. It's going to be very interesting to see if Wildcats can use this momentum to try to pressure 100L into taking home this round. Right.
Molotov going out from the one side. Ooh, it was a great hit, and that's going to force Foxtrot to reposition here. A couple good shots, but instant reaction from
Absolutely,
him.
Yeah.
He could have seen, he would have seen where the Molotov went to, but being able to immediately snap to an enemy after repositioning yourself like that is that's pretty tricky. So really good play.
And you can see him trying to use those tactical grenades to see if he can get hit, to see if he can actually rotate his enemy right there.
Oh, wow, Gondor making getting the cleanup there. Definitely saved him. And Wildcats going to push themselves to 5. That is a match point here for the undefeated team so far.
I was a little bit worried here if he was a little bit worried that he was staying in the same place there for so long. And we saw 100L. They knew where he was, so they tried to rush him from behind and flank him. But great teamwork there, being able to call that out, and they didn't get the chance.
And 100 Leaves still has the opportunity to take this one. Again, we've seen crazier. We saw a 4-0 team or an 0-4 team turn it around and pick up 6 matches in a row. I think the strategy needs to kind of change here on the blue side. We're seeing a lot of the same exact thing, and they kind of keep getting taken down in the same manner.
Yeah, again, we're talking about that kind of staying back and playing a little bit more less aggressive than I think Wildcats are. So. And we'll see if they can change it up here.
I think the quick movements forward as well, where they position themselves, they move forward, they find cover, they reposition and try to acquiesce where the enemy team is, and then continue to do that until they get into a position where they can actually engage properly.
But you also got to understand they might have been a little bit spooked in that last time because they did try to get a flank, as one happened here. And Blitz is going to get the first blood. And 100L is going to take that round, tidy this up just a little bit, keeping their hopes alive. But anyway, as I was saying, they tried to, do that last round of trying to get that flank, and maybe that's what spooked them a little to try to just be a little bit more strategic, a little bit more patient here.
Again, I think you're seeing a lot of those guys using the lethals and the tack grenades to actually just try to find the other team's position with those hit markers. So.
Yes, getting a single tick on something at least means that you have a slight advantage, because that means that's a little bit of damage that you have over the enemy team. We're looking at snipers, and already a good hit being found there on a member of 100 Leaves. Grenade going out. There was a tick, so they know he's on that side, and he actually turned away there and lost his life because of it. Wildcats find the 6th and final victory.
Yeah, I had a feeling once I saw him turn away, and out of the left corner there I seen weapon of 1, it looks like, just being able to peek out there. As soon as I saw that, I was wondering, are we going to see the feed pop up, even though we switched the other, and indeed we did. Just not committing to that fight fully, getting a little bit distracted there, and Wildcats were able to take that 6-3, but still a very respectable showing from 100L. It wasn't a landslide, and they were able to keep their chances
Absolutely,
alive.
going up against a team that was undefeated in the prelims and stuff, and being able to get a couple wins out of that, I think they did a pretty good job.
Yes, and we've got Wildcats still now undefeated, though. And that also gives us, we've got Girthy Dingoes as undefeated and Cheese Bandits, neither of which we have had the opportunity to see because they ended up getting the bye into that first bracket to kind of narrow things down there.
Yeah, and that's probably the reason why 100L was able, just with the buys in there, too.
Right. Well, no matter what, incredible playing. And we're going to take a quick look at a few of these replays.
Is this going to be my favorite? It is indeed.
This is I could tell he was going to make this mistake here.
I thought he knew he was there.
Back. Yeah, that's a really rough one.
Again, he heard those footsteps coming, and he just waited for him to drop down.
Oh yeah, that is the advantage of lower ground in this instance here. And then we could see, 2 and 3. Wildcats ended up getting an advantage there. It was the 4th round, actually, I think, because it was 1-1, and then 100 Leaves managed to take the advantage there. They were in the lead for just a little bit. The Wildcats really found their footing, and they did manage to use, I would say, the tactical and the grenades and things like that just a little bit more effectively when it comes to positioning.
This was the moment with 100L, to their credit, keeping this alive. They had nerves of steel here, were able to catch this flank and then use that immediately. They didn't even have to, maybe just a little bit of desperation there of trying to get some sort of offense while they had eliminated.
Well, that was
right
perfect,
there.
because he had gotten one headshot earlier in that fight, turned to the left to focus onto where Eclipse was focusing, and as soon as he got him down, he was like, all right, I've got the upper hand. If I can get into position, even if I go down, he'll go down, or, my team will get him.
Yeah, that was a smart move.
So we are going to be going once again down to the blue turret with Peyton Waden Wilkin right there with, my goodness, that is a certainly fantastic mustache if I have ever seen one. What do we got, Peyton?
Yeah, I'm here with Weapon of One from Team Wildcats. They just pulled off another win to maintain undefeated. So tell me, how'd you pull off that win?
I just closed my eyes and let the mustaches lead the way.
Well, there you have it. It's all in the mustache, obviously. Anyway, thank you. Back to the desk.
Some remnants of November there.
That is Pulitzer Prize winning journalism right there if I have ever seen it. We are going to be taking a quick break and be back with the next round in these corner files. You don't want to miss this.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Enemy in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Welcome back to our Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament brought to you by Boise State Esports and the Idaho Army National Guard. We are currently in the midst of the quarterfinals as we move on tonight. Let's get right to the action with Jolly and Sergeant Valencia. It's nice to have you two here. I can't say that enough times because it's legitimately true. What do we have here on the semifinals? I mean, quarterfinals, excuse me.
Quarterfinals.
I'm getting ahead of myself because the matches are that exciting.
Yeah, we've got 3 more in the quarterfinals. And yeah, there we can see the bracket actually. So Wildcats taking the first one. Next up, we've got 725 versus Great Value 100 Thieves. The following one is going to be Cheese Bandits versus T2P, and the final one in this bracket is going to be Girthy Dingoes versus Tyrant Gaming. So we've already got one team that has moved on, and that is an undefeated team. We do have 2 more undefeated teams amongst these brackets, though, or within this bracket here. So we'll see if they're able to do the same thing that the Wildcats did and continue that undefeated streak.
And it'll also be interesting to see what map is chosen. I have gotten information. Yes, someone here does know. But as the case often with tournaments, as opposed to you just playing online, is that it is usually predetermined and instead of random like you would. So it's always interesting to see what they choose, kind of how it goes on. Right now we can see on the stage there, they're getting set up. I do like that color scheme with the blue and red there. That's a very nice touch to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you can see that the players on the blue side are on that left-hand side. You can kind of see the blue smoke behind on that banner there. And on the right-hand side, the red smoke, that's indicating that the red team is playing on that side. There are actually lights as well above each of those that you can kind of see indicating those colors as well. Lots of cool stuff that we just found out you provided. Actually, there's Sergeant Valencia. You do the graphic design stuff here, huh?
Yeah. They let me toy around with some graphic design on the side, so I get to come in and kind of create the stickers and a lot of the giveaway stuff. Actually, I got to design.
And so every time you guys come here, we have more and more swag with, all kinds of cool logos and things like that. Then I'm assuming the boxes or the designs on those loot boxes as well, the engravings there. That was something you set up.
Yeah, something we set up. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun. We definitely want to come in and have a good tournament and give some cool stuff away. So.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it certainly fits in with everything else here at the arena like a glove. It looks really nice, and it's very exciting. And what else is exciting is this match hopefully coming up really soon. I really want to get into it and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Getting into the next one again, for anybody that might be joining us now, we're doing the 2v2, I keep wanting to say gun game, which it is not.
Right.
Gunfight. I can find words eventually. 2v2 gunfight, and we are in the semi-final or the quarterfinals bracket there. Couple undefeated teams, some single waivers out in the crowd enjoying themselves. Thank you guys for coming out.
More like a ripple at this point.
No real tides up in here just quite yet. But as we get down into the further aspects of this bracket, things are going to get a lot more intense here.
And we are going to be heading to the next match right about now, as soon as I speak. And one of the players, and sorry, we're just getting some information about the next match. As I continue to speak, the map will come up here. Thank you very much. And this is King. We are playing on King map.
Yeah,
what do you think about this choice?
Jem just asked, he's like, why is it called King? And the answer to that is it's a single word with 4 letters, and Sledgehammer liked it. Because we were thinking, maybe it's got
a castle.
No, clearly that is not the case. Pretty standard in terms of the 2v2 gunfight maps, though. You've got penetratable, like plywood,
surfaces,
things like that. Yeah, the
absolutely.
surfaces. And then you've got a lot of the concrete blocking, metal walls, things like that. So you really have to strategize exactly where you are holding up and recognize whether or not it is something that can be broken through. Already some tacticals going out here, and a heavy engage. The shotgun. It's one down there for, I believe that's actually not 725. I think, isn't that? No, that is 725. That's my bad. So we're watching from the perspective right now of 725. It's a little bit swapped. Zentrique, the only one now up and available on that red side. Getting down to the last 3 seconds. Either he has to make a move or he is going to be forced to run to that. There is the point. He is spotted as well. 5 seconds now to move in on it. He's going to wait until the last possible second here. If he doesn't make his move, though, he's going to lose the round. And he made it. Hold up a second. There was no response there from 725. He didn't actually end up moving in on it. I don't know if he was watching the timer, the countdown, or something there. But
yeah, it also goes off damage too. So whichever player has more damage. So if he knows that the other player at least has taken a hit, so he'll probably
jump
do a little
on
bit more.
that.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's Overwatch or Call of Duty. There's nothing like a good old C9.
Yeah, right. Zentrique there now going to find first blood. A little bit of a retaliation against Great. Or no, that is Great Value 100 Thieves. You guys are throwing me off with these colors and stuff.
Well, it's easy right there. Well, certainly getting thrown off right there. Being able to tie it up 7-5. Just an excellent play. Didn't even see it coming.
Not at all. The ragdoll. Gem having a really good time with the ragdoll in this game.
He's laying on the ground, and all of a sudden it just arms flare. I'm sorry, that just got me.
All right. So now we're hopping into this next one. A bit more of an even playing field. Seems like this is kind of the name of the game tonight.
Yeah,
one and then one and then one and then one.
Ooh, that was nice.
A great headshot. Made things a bit. Oh my goodness! Wow.
With the
that
headshot
was
on the move.
Insane.
Oh.
And I don't think we've seen the car yet, actually, in any of these. We haven't seen many snipers. We've seen the Dragunov a couple times.
Right, yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen that. It's got some punch.
It does. It really does. But the headshots are what made that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Great Value, 100 Thieves going to find the advantage now. There's a little bit of a thumbs up. And we'll see how the navigation works. Zentrique finding an enemy, and he's going to find first blood as well with that. Down goes the menu there. Remember, they're Great Value looting. Oh my, he had really good swap over from the aggression. He's like, all right, you don't see me, you clearly do, just not quickly enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, that 2v1 scenario is really hard to come back from unless you know where that other player got killed from. So those callouts are key going into matches like this.
Now, I think these guys might be a little swapped. Because
I'm also seeing
Great Value 100 Thieves is definitely has Zentrique because we've seen that team. We have not yet seen 725 play. And so that is swapped in the names there.
Yeah, there have been
That's
some
why I was
people
I knew I was confused for a reason.
There have been some people in chat pointing that out as well.
Oh, were there? Oh, okay. Oh, you got look at
But
you.
I mean, they're tied 2-2.
Yeah. Either way, currently it is sitting at the same, but just swap those names. The colors are correct at the moment there. And Zentrique, once again, going to find another one for himself. There's 725. Or Great Value 100 Thieves has their advantage here. It's just tiebreakers at this point. It is a game of tiebreakers, and whoever can hold that lead longer. Zentrique sitting on the point. He's got to move in. There it is.
There it is.
And Coalition finding themselves a good one. Lying prone.
There's that strategy we were talking about earlier where he's going to go push on that map and just wait for that player to come to him.
And it was a good move instantly jumping on the flag instead of doing the opposite where you wait for the other member to jump on and then respond to them.
Right.
Because clearly that didn't work.
Yeah.
The prone game is strong with this one. And he knew exactly where Zentrique was. So it was easy to start that engage out. And that means that 725 currently has the lead. Zentrique going down to Vex there, who finds himself a first blood. And now we don't even get to see the other one go down. Each of these members here of 725 finding themselves
with
one
the pistol, though.
there.
Some well-placed shots. Oh, excuse me. That was
Holger.
a pistol. Yeah, my bad.
That's a really long pistol.
That is a really long
It's a big
pistol.
stock on a pistol.
Yeah.
I didn't know pistols had stocks like that.
Redefining this
Right.
trend center. It's a pistol in the fact that it's not.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how the sight is used on this guy, because you're looking at quite a bit of bullet spread.
Right, and the optic actually changes the time of ADS too as well. So if you don't know the time of the ADS, it could really hurt you in an engagement.
Ooh, and he is going to end up using it there. The second member to go down. Great Value, 100 Thieves. 725 actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is swapped. 725 as now at match point. So they need one more for themselves. Great Value, 100 Thieves need to find 3 just to tie it up.
This is going to be very influential, and we have seen a lot of stuff that we've seen this match so far are really precision shots, especially some headshots, and 725 has been able to, not just headshots, but also being able to take the take the advantage and take the objective at the very end there. There's been a lot of hovering around the point.
And I will point out that I had mentioned 2 of the undefeated teams went up against each other. That was Wildcats and 725, and 725 ended up going down to Wildcats there. So they may encounter each other again, and there we go. Great value, 100 Thieves. Oh, no, okay. So 725.
Yeah,
all right, that is 725. Sometimes they usually switch it, and so I don't adapt very well, clearly. 725. Gotta move on.
But like I was saying, I do want to see the replays here because we saw some very incredible precision shots. I want to see those 2 headshots again, one after the other. A very great match played out. And we are starting to see, we have had a period of everything go into the final match here, but we are starting to see more momentum here. 725 was able to take that round, able to beat Great Value, and they are going to be going on to face the Wildcats in the semifinals. Still remaining, though, are the Cheese Bandits and T2P, along with the Girthy Dingoes and Tyrant Gaming. Still left in these quarterfinals to decide who moves on there, and then we're going to be heading on to the finals. But for now, we've still got some more quarterfinal action coming up and some replays to go over as well.
Again, fun to see these top-seeded teams not just sweeping everybody. They are taking a couple losses before they actually proceed. So
all these brackets, really, it's been a lot of fair games. The Overwatch matches, they were a lot less balanced. For those of you that weren't here, it was very
just leave it there. The Overwatch matches. So
comparing the 2 events, we have a lot more of a fair game when it comes to Call of Duty. A lot more Call of Duty players around here, honestly. I feel like it's just a game, it's one of those that pretty much everybody plays.
Yeah.
Overwatch, because it's got specific metas and things like that.
Absolutely.
And a lot of it has to do with having to have a group of 6 or at least trying to play with a group of 6.
And Call of Duty is also a franchise that holds a lot of nostalgia for those people. It was the first, first-person shooter that I ever played, so it introduced me, to the franchise then. So it was fun being opened up to a new way to play when I was a lot younger. But anyway, back to the current meta before I go on too much of a tangent. And this is where we saw some great initiative by 725. And once they were on a roll, they really couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, that was definitely something that Great Value 100 Thieves, they just couldn't figure it out, really. The strategies and I think the movement that was being taken there by 725 was where they had found their advantages. We can see having higher ground. Everywhere they went, they had some sort of cover.
Yeah, and I think that goes to, they actually knew the map really well, the ins and outs and where everybody was going to go and kind of those common routes used. So they knew where those guys were coming and where they were going. So it was really, really cool.
Well, as we do after all these matches, we go to Peyton, who's on the stage, waiting to give us some insight from some of the players. Peyton, what do you have for us?
Hello, I'm here with Team 725. We've got Patrol with us today. They just came off a clutch win, and they're actually going to be going against Wildcats today for their next round, who is actually their only loss. So tell me, do you have any sort of game plan going into that next round?
We just got to play smarter. They're very good, and they kind of just sit back. They have really good aim. But if we could pick off, get a little bit of damage off on them in the beginning, we could probably take a win here.
All right, and actually just one more question for you. What do you think is most successful for you? What works out best for you when you're really playing on?
Just call-outs from my teammate, making sure we know where everyone's at all times on the map, so we can always refrag if we need to.
Thank you very much, and good luck to the next round. And back to you guys on the desk.
A lot of things that people say when you're trying to master something is practice, practice, practice. But in these competitive games, it's also, you can say communication, communication, communication. Because, being there, no matter what game you're playing in these team-based games, it is so important. And it really makes the game a lot more fun to play in my mind. Not just strategically, but it's nice when you're all on the same page with your team and instead of someone just spamming need healing. Because when that's the only communication that's coming forward, that's not fun. But what is fun is this tournament that we are currently in the midst of, and please stay with us because we are still in the quarterfinals and we'll be back to determine who goes on to the semifinals right after this.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route. Hold the line, that's a good line, hold the line.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Feels like your love is alive. Stop and think. You think that I wanna let you go. Well, look at me and your eyes and bones. I wish that I knew what was wrong. Could it be you that's wrong? You told me I don't know why I do more harm than good. Each time I let get you. You turn to stone like I'm a suicide. Need my eyes on out before we both break down. 'Cause I'm a suicide. Is this what I've been waiting for? 'Cause I'm feeling a little too comfortable. And I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to have a taste of my own advice. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen. Colors that 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 I've never seen. Is this what I was hoping for? To live by my uncertainty principles. 'Cause I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to let my head and my heart decide. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen. Colors that I've never seen.
Welcome back. We are currently in the midst of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare Championship, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. And being brought to us by the Idaho Army National Guard, we have some really exciting prizes available. Jolly is just beaming ready to start this unboxing.
This is one of my favorite parts. is every time, both first and second place, these are custom boxes, all engraved. You can see it's got, first place, second place has that on there. All of our logos, iGuard Gaming, the Idaho Army National Guard, and then the Boise State Esports. Jay, you've seen this, Jim.
Yeah, I know I have, but it's, like you said, it's cool.
So the box itself is one of my favorite parts of this, and that's, just holding all of the cool extra stuff. We've got a SteelSeries headset in here. We've got a little Army koozie. We have these awesome these mugs that we've been using up here. This is one of the coolest things. I was talking to you guys about these exclusive iGuard Gaming. Like, I've never seen these before.
Those
They're just like our jerseys. These are awesome. They've got
not even the
Varsity
American
flag. Yeah, who designed?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got play around with making an esports jersey.
So cool. So the camo on the one side, you've got the American flag on the other side, you've got the stripes on the back.
I'm almost jealous. Not even the varsity players get that.
Yeah, I want one. And then we've got, once again, some awesome
socks.
socks.
Yes.
I got some socks last time. I got some
Yeah.
socks last time. They're so warm. And these ones are really cool. There's like a little river and an elk on there. And then we've got a cup here. Ooh, this is a rubber cup, some stickers, another shirt, a water bottle, just tons of cool stuff. And then second place gets essentially the same, but just a little bit less.
Absolutely.
The same but less.
Yeah,
That's a nice way to
the same but a little bit less. Yeah. Well, you guys, what, Jim?
No. As long as I have a box, I take an empty box over anything. 'Cause the boxes themselves are cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, the box itself is the best part of this. And again, these are a little bit more portable now. Last time they were pretty big.
Yeah, they were pretty big. We felt kind of bad after watching the winners kind of lug the last ones out.
And you'll likely need some help in figuring out how to close these. I'm not that person, so I'm not
worries,
I struggled with them last time.
I mean, that's the real challenge after this tournament is really finding out how to open the box in the end.
Opening it's not bad. It's closing it back up here.
We are heading into stack. As always, one advances, the other is over. We just saw the great prizes they are playing for. You know it's not just for the pride, but it's for these awesome prizes which they cannot get anywhere else. They are exclusive to the winners, and we're going to see who gets one step closer as this starts up. And right off, Mr. Purple getting the first blood, and just right off that, T2P. And this is what we saw in the last match with T2P, I want to say, is Mr. Purple has been so good on just engaging, getting these flanks out of nowhere, and allowing T2P to get such great momentum going forward.
Yeah, really understanding that ADS, because that ADS is going to take a little bit longer with this weapon, but the time to kill is so quick.
It is, and the nice thing about it, though, is if you're mounted up somewhere, it's so much damage, and the accuracy that you get from mounting means that's the best way that you're going to be able to utilize an LMG in this game. And there we see, wow, no time at all. He did end up using that LMG on the elimination there. And down goes one. It is now a 1-1. That higher ground, T2P finds another one.
So it's not only whether they get the momentum right off the bat, but they are also finding themselves quite adept at comebacks, allowing themselves to go 2-0 so far. We haven't seen really a huge sweep since the first match. It's either been to the very last match or something like 6-3, 6-4. We haven't had a sweep so far, so T2P could really make a statement here if they keep going.
We did have a team get to 4 wins, though, and then lose 6 in a row.
Yes.
So
that's true.
You can only give
but
so much to
it's still 4 and 6
wins.
in the end.
These ones have been the quickest, by far, the quickest rounds that we have seen in a pretty decisive fashion. This one has taken a little bit longer. Nobody has found... Oh, no, actually, there's one member down, and very quickly, T2P finds themselves another.
So what are we seeing here from T2P that's really giving them such an advantage, specifically from Cheese Bandit's side? What are you looking at that can help them gain some footing?
Again, I think it's just knowing the map. I think T2P, they really know and understand the map. I think they're listening for those footsteps. Footsteps has been kind of a huge thing with this game. Them kind of being a little bit more loud than other games and stuff. So using that as an advantage, I think is
but we're really loud, according to Zentric, so they can't hear them. Ooh, some good shots there. A swap back over to the AR. The drop down is not going to be enough to stop T2P. They're 2 rounds away from taking this.
I just got to say, in terms of hearing the casters and all, that's not something that applies to just one team. It applies to both of them.
It does. It is a pretty level.
It's a disadvantage for everybody.
Yeah, it affects me too, okay? I had to get used to it, all right, guys? I hear myself echoing in the background. You think that's easy? You think it's easy to talk over that?
I personally
you
hate
know my
voice.
struggles.
Oh, taking some shots across the map with the pistol.
Mr.
Right now-
Purple being spotted out.
Trying to close that gap with the pistol, though, and move in with the shotgun has been...
It's tough when you've taken a bit of damage, too, because it's so much riskier to just even pop
Absolutely.
your head out. But my
Ooh.
goodness!
Like that.
A lot of roads finding the first one. Instantly going down there. It's back to a 1-1, but it might give Cheese Bandits the advantage they needed. No! Match point here for T2P. And Cheese Bandits, again, is one of the undefeated teams here coming into this bracket.
Oh, is this our first upset we might be able to see?
Oh, you know, it may be, because so far we have not seen an undefeated team go down.
That's right.
But lest we forget, like you were bringing up, Jolly, one team went 4-0 and got reverse sweep. So it only takes one elimination, just a little bit of momentum to get Cheese Bandits back in this fight. You cannot count them out in any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. And this is the first time we're able to see this combination as well. So, you know, we can't give them all the credits that we've given T2P, having seen them in previous rounds here, making some good plays. That was a solid grenade. He's throwing another one and trying to follow it up. He took too much damage there early on, though, and that is going to be a clean sweep to T2P.
First upset of the night.
And
as far
a
as the seeding
sweep.
goes.
I mean,
yeah.
very, very clean.
Yep, clean sweep. And, man, is this what a short match feels like? That is.
I guess. It's kind of weird. We're not taking a break, are we?
Yeah, but still, all credit to Cheese Bandits, too. First of all, not only making their way to the playoffs, but the quarterfinals. And, you know, that's something that happens to everyone. We've had our teams, too. You know, they're top of the ranks, you know, they're top of the brackets. And sometimes you just run into those matches that turn out a way that you don't want, but that certainly isn't anything to take away from the pride of how well you've been doing the whole day.
For sure. And they did get a few eliminations, some really solid ones as well. I think T2B just had a quicker reaction time when it came to you know, taking somebody down, immediately finding the next, or if one of their teammates got taken down, they were very, very careful with the strategy going into the fight.
Absolutely, and I think they had a pretty good knowledge of the time to kill with that weapon, so being a little bit more aggressive and understanding how long it takes to get that ADS down. Without mounting that, again, they're still being pretty accurate without actually mounting that.
Yeah, it
weapon
wasn't
system.
that many shots. It wasn't even a situation where you're like, all right, I've got an LMG, so I don't have to reload. You could have an SMG at that point and still not have to reload because of how few shots it took.
Right.
That is going to just about do it. Actually, no, because there is certainly we've got a bit more of replays going on here because so many great plays here. And this was a great shot, just getting a little bit of chip damage in here. But he was fighting back here. This was a great upset from Lana Rhodes. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. But Cheese Bandits, you know, like I said, it was just one elimination that could have gone either way that could have turned this around.
I love the fist bump there at the end. The fist bump and then the finger waggle. That was beautiful over there coming from T2P.
A great match, a very dominant match from T2P. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go into the semifinals with this because they have certainly now set up a name for themselves, being the only team to have a clean sweep tonight. Right now we are going to go down to Peyton Wheaton-Wilkin on the stage, on the blue with the players. What do you got?
Hello, I'm here with Captain Morgan today from T2P. He actually just pulled off a pretty commanding upset, just won like 6 rounds straight in a row. So tell me, was that momentum based or was it really just like round by round?
Oh, 100% it was momentum based. I mean, it's nice to get your shot warmed up and it just kind of progresses and, you know, you just start shooting straighter and everything becomes easier. So yeah, as many games as we can get in, we're just going to keep getting better.
Very nice. Now, do you think you can continue that momentum into the next round?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're feeling really good right now, so hopefully another 6-0 incoming.
All right, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Good luck in the future. See you guys on the desk.
Thank you, Wheaton, for bringing us the action there. It is it is certainly a very fun night that we have, and I believe we still have one match left in the quarterfinals. That is going to be the Girthy Dingoes versus Tyrant Gaming. It's going to be very interesting to see how that one turns out. It's going to determine who goes up against T2P in this match, certainly after they've made a name for themselves. With those final results, we are going to be right back. As we always take a short break between these matches, we'll be right back with the final match of the quarterfinals right after this.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route. Hold the line, that's a good line, hold the line.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Just for the thrill of it, nothing kind of it with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it, nothing kind of it with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Is this a fatal attraction or something brand new? I got a strange emotion. Do you feel it too? Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do? Gonna do with us? Been having these conversations. There's something about you, more than just undercovers. I can't forget you. Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do? Gonna do with us? What's love gonna do? Gonna do with us? Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love?
Welcome back. We are continuing on in our Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. This is the last of the quarterfinals. It's going to be the Girthy Dingoes versus Tyrant Gaming. Yes, you heard that right. Girthy Dingoes versus Tyrant Gaming. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't said it.
Apparently a fan favorite.
Yeah,
Girthy
fan
Dingoes
favorite.
undefeated. They are, if I'm not mistaken, sitting currently at, where are they? Where'd they go? I think they changed their name. Oh, hey, look at that. Would you look at that? Girthy Dingoes there we can see towards the bottom. Tyrant Gaming we did see earlier there today. So we'll see they were number 3 seed going in there. So yes, the last undefeated team. So we can see Wildcats, Cheese Bandits, and Girthy Dingoes, those 3. Tyrant Gaming just beating Spice Camel beforehand.
It was a close match.
It was a close match. That was one of the 6 and 5s. And the lowest amount of rounds was 6 and 1. And even that one, though, it was a longer one. It was not quick rounds like we were just seeing.
Yeah, I think the strategy of those guys kind of sitting back a little bit, kind of prolong those matches just a little bit.
So I think we're going to get a lot more aggressive in these next ones. I think we're going to be seeing a bit more of what we just saw in that last round. Hopefully not quite as many clean sweeps. We hate seeing a goose egg on one side. I'm sure they do too, because the Cheese Bandits were going into this undefeated. I mean, all of us were very surprised because they played incredibly well.
First upset, they did incredibly well during the prelims earlier today. So
it has been a very long day. A lot of these players have been here since 10 o'clock in the morning, actually playing. I know you've been here that long, so you definitely know. It does, if you're going through a tournament all day long, it takes quite a bit out.
Knew he was going to be there.
So Chronic Dimes is the other player on Tyrant Gaming that we did not get interviewed there. He is really making a name for himself, though, at the start of this one. Taking that first, swapping over to the pistol, and we'll see if he can get eyes on these guys.
Right now, despite it being it's going to get caught out there, is still going to be alive. He's going to rush and try to finish this. He does, makes it a 1v1. It is now between both of them, and so despite that very fast start that we had, it is now going down to the wire.
And Chronic being the first one to pick up that elimination.
Oh, there you go.
Is not going to find the next. There we go. Girthy Dingo is taking that one. Even with the first blood going very quickly in favor of Tyrant.
Super quick.
That was not enough there. The pistol battle found favor in the Girthy Dingoes there.
We were about 8 seconds, Girthy Dingoes with 1 up, but it's way still too early to decide whether this is going to be a sweep like last time or if this is going to go out to the 11th round. Almost getting eliminated there.
Snipers again, 2 times in a row. Ooh, a good shot there. They know where the other is, but it's really whoever's quickest on the trigger and most accurate there.
Yeah, and these guys are playing super aggressive with that sniper setup too.
Oh, they really are. Either side, somebody really goes over, and there we go. Chronic Dimes once again taking first blood there for his team. We'll see if they can actually take this one home, though, and find the second elimination before going down themselves.
See, he slides there. There you go. Now they're able to wrap it up. They're going to tie this 1-1. We might be in for another bit of a match here.
No goose eggs, though.
No goose eggs.
And we'll see if they mix it up with something other than snipers, we might get a little bit of a different style of gameplay from these guys, because when you start with snipes, the best way to go about it is just what we saw from Tyrant in that first round, where you immediately get eyes on the enemy. One headshot is going to take them out. If you can get that as early as possible, that is really going to put the other team on kill through here. Girthy Pirate is going to find himself the first blood there.
Oh! Again, it's that call out, right? Like he knew exactly where he was.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
And we'll see who cleans it up on this one. It's going to be the first tiebreaker here tonight. Both both aggressive players making aggressive plays. Ooh, that was potentially a dangerous move there, as he's not looked to the left to see where the other player might be. There we go. First eyes go to Girthy Dingoes. Attack going out. He got ticks on it.
Getting a tick, so he knows he's back there somewhere.
No eyes, though. Ooh, and he's actually made a move across to the other side there of the map. And now we can see him coming around.
Oh!
Wow, even with the placement there from Tyrant Gaming, Girthy Dingoes manages to get their targets, or get their eyes on targets quicker.
Again, from the other side, getting hit with that tactical grenade, knowing you got hit with that tactical grenade, knowing that, like, okay, he knows I'm here now. I gotta make my way.
I'm actually more impressed that he knew he was going. He knew he continued on that right hand side and was going to come all the way around. He was confident that he was going to poke his head from that other side. So really good predictive positioning from Girthy Dingoes there to take that. Kiefer Reaper, though, finding first blood here. Tyrant Gaming finding all 3 first bloods so far. Actually, well, this is the 4th round. I think they might have missed one of them. But 3 out of the 4 first bloods going over to this blue side. Only one of those victories.
Right now, they are still, Girthy Dingo's just trying to play this a little bit safe, hoping not to get caught out. Almost is going to make this a 1-1. No. Tyrant Gaming is going to continue on and make this a 2-2. And just as, like we were saying about how these matches are going on a little bit longer than we thought it would be, yeah, that trend is continuing here. The fun just never stops.
Right. We are seeing some repeat maps, though. And that is going to be standard. I think we're only going to see repeat maps in the next section of this bracket at the semifinals. And a fast move in. It looks like we got a nice scope there on that shotgun.
Try to poke around, get those ticks with that flashbang.
Throwing it on another with the bounce as well. It did not bounce, actually, so he ended up just throwing it to the ground there, and it stayed on the balcony. You can see the explosion damage from that. Taking out the pistol, throwing some shots, but nothing hits.
Closing that distance, pulling that shotgun out.
Missing every shot, though. Ooh, that is not the 680, friend. Again, 680 really being the shotgun in this game to wow,
there you go.
Do what you need to at any range.
That was a little jump shot there.
There it is, yep. Seriously, the range on this gun is just, I mean, it's absurd. But you have to be accurate with it.
Yeah.
And that's why a scope is either really beneficial or can really hurt you depending on how you decide to use it there. Certainly worked towards the end for Tyrant Gaming.
I honestly don't know my go-to to put an optic on that shotgun, though.
No, certainly not. No. But, you know, when it comes to when it comes to the 2v2 single elimination like this, it's definitely something that you can take advantage of, especially if you find an area to mount up at and you know, utilize that boost in accuracy. Because that's what's going to determine it. And there we go. Some long shots. He's actually going to back off of that one, the Model 680, again with the same scope, and they go down. No ticks on that. That was actually really interesting. That looked like a headshot.
Weird. That was super close.
I guess it was off. Yeah, it was off to the left there.
This is really interesting because this is what we've seen basically with last match too. Girthy Dingo's was the favorite. Yeah, we could see another upset here from Tyrant Gaming. Not quite the sweep we saw in the last round, but they certainly have a good lead with 4-2.
Only down 2 though. That's not too big of a deficit, especially in this game mode.
Right.
Well, Girthy Dingo's certainly getting first blood there, trying to show a little bit of why they were the preferred team. Hopefully they can, hopefully for them, they can get a little bit of momentum going here. There's only one left on Tyrant Gaming.
Behind him, though. Ooh!
Well, that's not, I wouldn't say that's behind.
His teammate is behind him.
Ah, okay.
And it doesn't look like he knows exactly where he's at. I would assume.
I
would assume he would have moved farther or gone towards the other side, but he actually took up positioning there. And now match point here in favor of Tyrant Gaming. Girthy Dingo's getting the bye into this round because they were undefeated before this. So Tyrant Gaming only was beaten one time. So it is a slight difference there, you know. But first to 6 here. Tyrant's going to do their best to take it without Girthy Dingo's having any leeway.
Another major upset could be just 2 eliminations away right now. Both teams are ready. They're going to open fire immediately. No elimination there, though, Jolly. Oh, there is one there at first blood.
Chronic Dimes once again finding the first blood. That's Tyrant Gaming having the advantage 2-1 now. All they need is one more elimination
and there they do it.
That is it. Girthy Dingo's going down with only 2 wins.
That is certainly another dominant performance. 2 upsets back-to-back. Tyrant Gaming is going to be going on to the semifinals where they're going to be playing against T2P. Certainly, we've got some very exciting matches going up. This is going to end the quarterfinals. We are going to show you the bracket right now, as we were alluding to. They are going to indeed join T2P, but we also have the Wildcats versus 725. So this is going to be very interesting. We're going to have the number 1 and 4 team against each other, and then 10 and 6. Both 2 teams which pulled off major upsets to get into the semifinals. So it's going to be interesting to see which of them comes out on top. And if they get to the finals, will they be able to pull off another upset? Because whoever they face is going to be seated above them. So very interesting stuff coming up.
Yeah, interesting to see 2 of the top seeded teams not make it in to the semifinals.
Pretty decisively, too.
Yeah, it wasn't a...
Cheese Bandits sitting at number 3 and T2P at number 10. So
Yeah.
T2P taking them down 7, a difference of 7 in that seeding.
That first quick elimination.
And there were so many of these sniper-like shots that were able to get Tyrant Gaming. They were just merciless in these shots.
And we are going to eventually have an interview. I'm assuming we're going to talk to the master of First Bloods in this one. Last time we talked to Kiefer Reaper there. This time we're going to talk to, the Chronic Boy.
But certainly it was just amazing to see how relentless Tyrant Gaming was. Anytime Girthy Dingoes popped out of anywhere and lost their cover, they were right on it. Perhaps this isn't the best example, missing all the shots
just
here.
The weirdest exchange I've seen with the shotgun. Just so many what I thought were well-placed shots missed every time.
And a lot of that was the strafing around of Girthy Dingoes there. He ends up taking it, and it was thanks to the 2v1 there.
Yeah.
The aggression was on his teammate, so he was able to kind of come around.
And we were thinking around this time when they tied it 2-2 that this was going to be another long match, but Tyrant Gaming, whatever with their third, that's what I was talking about with those sniper shots, were able to take them out so quick, and that gave them such momentum to just plow forward and get a 6-2 victory. But as you said, we are curious on how they pulled it off, the second upset of the night, and to give us all that information is Peyton on the field. Peyton, who do you got with you?
I'm here with Chronic Dimes, Tyrant Gaming. They just pulled off another clutch win pretty comfortably this time, actually. So I actually heard that this team, you actually had previous loss to them beforehand. What changed to make you come back and really show them who's boss?
So they beat us. That was our only loss. Our plan was to just come out fast and hit them. Last round we played on Gulag Showers. It's not the best map to play on, so it was kind of cool to play on a more even map, I guess.
All right, very nice. And also, we saw like the first match, it was a very close game. It came down to the last moment. But this one, it seemed like it was much more commandingly done by you guys. Was that because the team you think was better, or were you guys just playing really on point this time?
I think we're just getting more comfortable, and the more time we spend up on the stage, the more we're going to perform at our peak. So.
All right, very nice. We'll see if you can keep that momentum into the semifinals. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Peyton. We are going to be going to a break, but we've got so much more coming up for you right after this, so stay tuned.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route. Hold the line, that's a good line, hold the line.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. So, place. We're at the Boise State Esports Arena. Purpose. This is the Idaho Army National Guard amazing Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament. It's the gunfight. And the purpose. We're bringing people together and we're playing games, talking about games, and with me on the desk, Master Sergeant Jory Stevenson, who's come a long way to be here Hey, where'd you come from?
I did. I am all the way from Washington, D.C. I'm originally from North Dakota, but I work at National Guard Bureau in D.C.
Nice. When you said North Dakota, I could hear North Dakota. Excellent. So when you made the pitch to come out here, what was the idea? I mean, what'd you say to people? I'm going out there to do what?
Well, first of all, I talked to my boss, but really one of my roles and responsibilities with Army National Guard marketing is helping our states get into esports. And the Idaho Army National Guard and Boise State are really leading the way with this amazing venue and setup you guys have here.
Well, esports brings together some folks that maybe you guys don't necessarily see in the recruiting process. I mean, part of that is you're trying to find the right people, and people are trying to find the right activities to do. But what's special about this group of people, these gamers, that you want to meet them, get them around?
Well, I think we need to get away from the stigma of the typical gamer, right? These are exactly the type of people we want in our organization. They have communication skills, teamworking skills, problem-solving skills. Honestly, I think they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, okay, so let's just talk about the problem-solving skills. We just saw in that last match that it should have gone the other way. You had the higher-ranked team came in with a better win record. What were the problem-solving skills you saw in the other team to come back?
Well, hard to see when they're interacting right there, but and not seeing their communication skills firsthand, obviously.
Yeah.
But, you know, anytime you're in any type of situations like that, you have to overcome, you know, a multitude of different things, you know, and your competition is also studying you at the same time, so.
Yeah, so you're adjusting. It's chess. It's mental chess. It was really, really fun to see. Okay, but so you're an avid gamer. You've been playing for a minute or two.
6 years old. I had a Nintendo NES system.
Okay, if you got paid by the minute that you played, which console earns you the most money today?
I'm at PC.
PC, really? Okay.
PC gamer.
Excellent.
All the way.
Now, of the PC games, which is the most like what you see here? What are the games that you've been playing? But let's go back a few years that you see these guys playing.
So I got into online gaming when the PS2 was out.
Yep.
And they sold the hard drive, right? That you could buy the hard drive, right?
Yeah.
I played SOCOM 2. Hands down,
yeah.
to this day, the best game. It was a third-person shooter, but it required strategy. You know, I love Call of Duty as a game, but there you couldn't run and gun and go up front. Right. You had to actually play strategically.
It wasn't about ping. It wasn't about who could wheel around and technical. It was one of the very first games where team comms were critical. Yes, and you didn't set them up yourself. They were baked into the game. So when you came out here and you saw this arena and these people, first thoughts.
These people, like, as the gamers, or like this?
All of them. I mean, let's talk about the Idaho Army National Guard folks who are here, putting this together, the EJs, the Annies, the whole crew.
So, first of all, with the Idaho Army National Guard, I interact on a daily basis with 54 different marketing personnel across the nation, so it's definitely a crazy interaction. But with Idaho, it's been great because they share the same passion I have for video games. So with you guys leading the way, it's amazing. And then seeing the amazing venue that you guys have here to host something like this.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's the greatest scam I've ever perpetrated, if we're being honest.
I don't know if it's a scam. You know, they told you that you couldn't make money playing video games, but
hey,
here you are.
Look, here we are, right? Exactly. Okay, so as you move forward, this is kind of an event that opens people's eyes to what's possible. What is your message going forward to, let's say, the North Dakota Army National Guard if they want to put on an event like this? What's your pitch? What are you telling people?
Well, I mean, really, going back to what we did, we actually had an esports summit in Washington, D.C. We brought the 54 states and territories in, and we talked about esports because a lot of people aren't educated on what esports is. So we really just wanted to give them a basic understanding of it and then show them essentially what you guys are doing here from the ground, you know, like a grassroots type deal to get into esports.
Awesome. Well, Master Sergeant Stevenson, thank you for coming out here. Thank you for making the trip. We hope that we make it worth it. We've got semifinals and finals coming up. This is all happening right here. People should not go anywhere. That means don't get your laundry done. Don't do your shopping. You've got a million things that you should be doing, but you're not going to, are you? Because you want to see who wins just like we do, and we'll be right back.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I shouldn't doubt you. I'm all up in my head. When I'm without you, I start to lose my shit. I just been hurt before. Stranger's t-shirt on my bedroom floor. Excuse me for being suspicious. It's just that I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good, it can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it.
Screen repairs.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are now moving on to the semifinals of the Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. We are going to look at the bracket and show what has happened so far that has gotten us here. We have got the Wildcats going up against 725, two of the top-seeded teams. Obviously, no surprise there. But one of the real stories is T2P and Tyrant Gaming able to get into the second semifinals match, both beating the second and third-seeded teams respectively, and have pulled up major upsets to get to the semifinals. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top there, and then if that's the case, who moves on to the finals and hopefully, maybe for them, pulls out another upset.
And I think the most exciting thing about at least the first part of this bracket, when you are looking at the Wildcats versus 725, these are the teams that went up against each other, and the Wildcats ended up beating 725. It was the one loss they had in the first portion of the bracket there. So this is rivalry already. We're jumping in, and we got some good shots. No way.
Right
Dex
off the bat.
He found more headshots. That was honestly the consistency behind that, because I think he got hit more times.
Absolutely.
But he had more precise shots. Ooh, and the drop!
Oh, the drop shot.
725 starting off well already, taking one from Wildcats.
Starting out with a lot of momentum right in the knee there. The gun goes flying, and that is going to be some great momentum for 725 as we start out. It has been a long day. Both of these teams really want to close this fast. What adjustments do you think, though, Sergeant, do you think that they need to make here that could give them an edge?
I mean, they make a quick adjustment just like that right there. They're not doing the same thing over and over and over again. They're changing their play style. They're changing the routes that they're taking as well, so they're not being predictable. I think they're doing a pretty good job already. This round's already going way, taking way longer than the previous one. So
no eyes, really. I don't think anyone has spotted another member. That might be the point where they do, though, as we've got a member of 725 Gaming finding out Gondor. A lot of damage down. He did take one or two shots, and
wow.
He ends up being the first to go down there. Gondor finding the advantage, and that is another member down. A good pinch by the Wildcats.
Another good point we haven't brought up either is your health doesn't come back in these rounds. So once you get hit, you are at a disadvantage on that engagement. So you start to see players play a little bit further back once they take a little bit more shots and play a little bit more reserved.
I thought at least you healed back like a bit, like up to a certain point.
Is it?
I might be mistaken there, because I have seen the gray screen, and then it goes down to essentially just kind of some of the spatters around the side.
Your vision repairs, but your health count actually stays the same.
So hey, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, what a good
knife.
The knife throw, but he goes down immediately after. That's going to put it to a 1-1 here. Wildcats finding his second win.
So how do you recover from this match here? 725 definitely getting off to a very good start, but now they're a little bit back on their feet a little bit.
I think the strategy that, we've got Sergeant Valencia just brought up with what Wildcats were doing well, and that is utilizing different routes, taking different strategies each time. You don't want the opponent to get comfortable with your routine. In fact, he shouldn't really have a routine. Gondor has found himself a good position there on the opposite side, and now we've got Weapon of One moving in, but he gets headshotted too many times there by Vex, who finds the first blood. That's going to put it to a 2-1, 725's favor this time.
Again, these pistols are just so well placed, like with the shots, and they got a lot of power behind these.
And during the headshots with these pistols, you've got 2-3 and you're done. And so as long as you clip one headshot, if you can get a couple to connect somewhere, whether it's the head or the body, you've got a huge advantage. And down goes one. We got 5 seconds left until that flag comes up, just the 1v1. And I'm not sure if either player knows where the other is. Depends on who's going to move in first. Gondor made the first move, and 725 reacted.
They have tied it up, and this looks like it could go to another long match. But we were saying the same thing last match, and then someone just found their momentum, was able to carry it directly to 6. So it's going to be interesting to see who does that right now. This is the number 1 seeded team versus the number 4 seeded team. So a lot of skill on display here, and neither team is going to want to let a victory slide by.
725 already probably feels pretty good, though, about taking the first. Ooh, the first advantage. That doesn't feel good, though. Gondor again finding first blood. And these advantages, when it comes to the 2v1s in Wildcats' favor, they have almost always taken them. However, on the other side, 725 not as cleanly. See who makes the first move there. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Vex has some focus on him, and Wildcats take another one. That's going to break the tie.
Yeah, good situational awareness too. I mean, that's a call out right there.
Yep.
He didn't see where he was, and he knew where that call out was, where he got down from. So to be able to relay that to your teammate is so important.
And I think another big thing about the call-outs is if you've been playing with somebody for a while, you know their lingo, you know their diction, you know what they're trying to say, and they can precisely...
Shorthand.
Yes, yeah, that's the big thing. Concisely say what they want to say. And the biggest thing is have it be understood by the enemy team. Gondor, or by your team. Gondor there, finding the first blood. That's going to leave a 2v1. Ooh, yep, I knew he was going to get spotted there. He's going to do some drop shots here, try to turn it around and throw down a grenade.
On this mouth for sure.
Really good mobility here. Ooh, there it goes. He's pretty low, though, so a couple more hits are definitely going to take him out. No vision there. He does potentially have a great place, though, to camp out here. Or he does have a great opportunity to flank, as Gondor is kind of in the center of the map here. He's waiting for that timer to run down so that he can navigate. Navigate to the flag immediately below him.
I think you might want to play a little bit more reserved on that one, especially going so close into overtime.
Yeah, a little more reserved certainly would help them in that situation. And I think that was a decision he had to make a little bit earlier. Either he was going to stay in that area and wait for Gondor to move, or he was going to move up. He decided to move up, but he didn't quite have enough vision on Gondor before he planned to engage.
Yeah.
And so Gondor, being stationary, was able to clean that up. Looks like we got
those quick shots off right off the bat.
Some more snipers here.
This is definitely a very crucial spot for 725 because it was at this time the last match that the other team was able to take off, and so they need to get some sort of momentum here. But Gondor is going to go on a killing spree. Can Wildcats hold this out to 5-2? They can. They indeed do. This is what we saw last match too. It goes 2-2. Looks like teams are even, and one team just really pulls ahead.
Going into match point here.
For the Wildcats, again, the undefeated team, and once more 725 did go down one time previously in this tournament, and it was to the Wildcats. So the last thing they want to happen again is to be eliminated from this tournament by the same hands of the guys who put them into the 2nd or 3rd seed overall, instead of sitting in the 1st, as Wildcats are. So
looks like we got a repeat of that layout.
Ooh, we do. Oh, it looked like it was good. Gondor, though, recognizing that he did not have the first move, managed to crouch down just in time. 725 needs to stay reserved.
You gotta be cognizant of that sticky grenade too. Once it hits, it's not rolling anywhere.
Hence the sticky. Yeah, and that changes as well for those of you that haven't played this 2v2 gunfight. All of the equipment is the same across the board. Everything, really. The loadouts entirely. They're planned at the very last moment, but everybody has the same thing. Gondor taking a couple hits, setting a couple back. Nobody really had any favor in that fight overall, though, as they both took some ticks and sent some.
Oh, the smoke. 725, staying alive.
Just blindly into the smoke, spray and pray. I love that style. That's what I do every single time.
That was really good because so he saw, you know, at the start where he was, but the fact that he started shooting downwards because he assumed that he would be prone, and he was a great prediction there. So 725 still in the game. 3-5 though in Wildcats' favor. Gondor there trying to poke his head over. If Wildcats takes this, they'll be moving on to the finals, the first team to do so. We've got one more semifinal match after this. Ooh, he almost had eyes. He might end up losing the comeback. Had he just poked his head around the corner, he could have had the advantage on that one. But now the Wildcats do. And 725 is looking down the barrel of a loss.
Well, you can't count them out until the very last minute. We have seen great comebacks here so far. And now Soul Member 725 is going to get taken out.
There was a tactical grenade that was thrown out, and it was ticked, so they knew where he was for that. A risky move for him to move his way out, but really the only option
Again, a big area, but understanding where they are on the map is such a big advantage.
Oh, yeah.
So that means the Wildcats are going to be moving on to the finals, but we still have one match left to decide which one of the underdog teams is going to be facing them. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look at a few replays here.
I mean, again, these pistols are so high-powered that you can get some pretty good damage shots from across the map just by using the pistol.
And I think a lot of the advantage the Wildcats had was if they got eyes on a member of 725 and there was no elimination across the board, they had an advantage. They were quicker to respond, and they were quicker to know what route to take to pinch them out or to have an advantage there.
Absolutely.
725, on the other hand, they were looking for the initial engage, the immediate eliminations, and they got those a lot of the times, but 2v1s weren't going as heavily in favor as you would assume for 725 because the Wildcats were really good at poking down a single member.
And we did see some great use of those grenades there to get some tactical advantages, and just some great gameplay all around. And we did have some moments where it looked like 725 were able to maybe get a couple flanks. It's like there were some great flanks set up for them, but it just came down to the accuracy in the end.
I think I just saw, too, it said Gondor had a killing streak of 5, so that means that he went through 2.5 rounds without being eliminated, and I believe he got the final elimination there, so 3 rounds without losing his life a single time. That's an impressive player.
An impressive player for an impressive team that is going to be moving on to the finals. Wildcats, there's a reason they're the #1 seed, as they have shown. They have made their way to the finals. We are going to go to Wayton right now, Peyton Wayton Wilkin, on the field right now to talk to us with a member from one of the #1 seeded team. What do you got for us, Peyton?
Hello, I'm here with Gondor from the Cats. I have to ask, you're going into the finals. Are you confident you're undefeated so far? Are you confident you're going to be able to continue that undefeated streak?
Yeah, I'd say I'm confident. I've been playing Call of Duty for like 10 plus years, but I know these guys down here are super talented too, so I got to be humble.
See, good luck in the finals. Back at the desk.
Not only great skill, but great sportsmanship we love to see here.
You don't see a lot of humility in Call of Duty players. I'm going to say it now. There's usually, I'm the best car player ever. You know, I'm the best with the AUG in the world. Not a lot of humility coming. So it's always nice to see somebody who's undefeated showing us that, COD players are humble as well.
Even in prelims, those guys were amazing.
Yeah.
Some great warm fuzzy note to end out on as we go to this break, but we are going to be right back with the other semifinal match to see who goes up against the #1 seeded team in the finals to take home all the glory right after this.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
we are about to get into the final semifinals match here to see who goes up against Wildcats in the finals. It has been a very long day in this Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard and presented by Boise State Esports. This has been such an exciting day. Jolly Sergeant. Already my mind's kind of winding down because of how long a day it has been, but it's certainly not any less exciting because this is a match that I've really been looking forward to. Two teams who pulled up major upsets against number 2 and 3 seeded teams to make it to this round, T2P and Tyrant Gaming. This is going to be extremely interesting to see who is going to make it to the finals.
10th seed and 6th seed there. If I've been writing everything down correctly, T2P is looking at 7-3 for a win-loss record. Tyrant Gaming at 8-1. So Tyrant has actually played one less game overall during the initial rounds there. And we'll see if they are able to keep things going with only a single loss. But if T2P can make it, that's going to be a 10th seed team up against the 1st seed team, which would just be the coolest thing ever to see.
Little Cinderella story.
You're right? Yeah, especially if they can hold their own against the Wildcats. They've proven, though, to be really, really solid all around. Communications, call-outs, all of it, positioning, rotations. I mean, you know, everything you could possibly think of, they seem to be adjusting and adapting to very, very well. So whoever is the winner of this last semifinal match certainly has their work cut out for them.
They do, but they look that they are ready. They are in the zone on stage, ready to start, and we will be getting to that match as soon as we can. Let's go a little bit more, though, into how great this stage looks with those banners. Sergeant, can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, we got the opportunity to just come in and put our own little personal touch on stuff in the stadium or in the arena, so we took advantage of that for sure. So it was fun kind of putting our name on stage and stuff like that. So we hope to do this with every tournament going forward.
Oh yeah,
it
cool.
Looks really nice.
That means that I get to take the extras home and just plaster my walls up with the Idaho Army National Guard. It is really cool, and thank you to all of you guys from the Idaho Army National Guard for just contributing as much as you guys do to all of these events. And I know this is only the second one. They're just going to keep getting better and better, though, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, it's been fun putting them on, and again, you guys have been, everybody here at Boise State has been super awesome to work with, and putting these tournaments on have been super fun.
We're all awesome. That's the takeaway from this, is that we all rock.
Yeah.
We are going to be hopping in, though, to the first round of the final semifinal game here.
And on a map that we have seen one of the upsets in. So this has been a very exciting map to see matches played in. And in 5 seconds, we're going to see who moves on to the finals and who goes home for them.
And a much bigger map here.
Getting a hit right off the bat.
Wow, look at those shots. 2 on to Kiefer Reefer there, so he has already taken quite a bit of damage. T2P being very victorious, coming back on one of those games there.
Would be aware of what grenade was just coming in.
And that's a lot of damage, though, going down. 1 or 2 shots now on this member that we are watching. Will eliminate him. The shotgun wins the battle. Tyrant Gaming going to take down T2P for round 1, number 1.
That was a great play. Both Mr. Purple on one side, Captain Morgan on the other, getting the eliminations they needed at the same time. Both of them have just shown such skill throughout tonight, I should say. Throughout this evening, both players have shown great skill.
Absolutely. We've got 2 of the, I guess you could say, lower seeded teams, but it does not seem to be the case if you were to just look at the games and the replays from the previous fights here. T2P has a lot in them. I think they need to get the initial aggression, and when they find that, they can work that upper hand quite fiercely.
Missing that first shot with the shotgun is not forgiving.
No, it's not. And luckily for Tyrant Gaming, for T2P, they didn't miss it again, but that means Tyrant Gaming there, wow, that means T2P is going to tie it up.
Ooh.
Tyrant Gaming get a little bit of their own medicine. They did only have 1 loss before going into this one, whereas T2P faced 3 and still managed to come back.
Now, I actually think we might be looking at this reverse.
That's what I thought. Yeah. That's why I keep swapping up the names a little bit. So it does look like Tyrant Gaming has the players that we are currently spectating. T2P is is actually on the blue side.
Yeah.
Yep, the blue
T2P
side.
is red. Tyrant Gaming is Tyrant Gaming
Is red.
is blue. Is red.
T2P is blue.
It's blue. It's
Like
blue.
yeah, there we go. Tyrant Gaming. They're going to find themselves another one there. Some really good M19 shots. So much damage coming through on that pistol. And you know, you don't have a ton of recoil. You can very quickly pull the trigger.
Absolutely.
And just deliver a lot.
Repeat those shots.
Yep. So if you've got a good center on ahead, I mean, you're looking at least a couple of those.
You can take an enemy down pretty quick.
Ooh, a shot. It wasn't quite a headshot. But that's a bit of an advantage there for Tyrant Gaming.
Just peeking around.
my
Captain Morgan
goodness.
is going to get the first blood.
Even with the swap there was actually a reposition, a great headshot, and that's going to even things up now 1-1. Oh, and even though he had the pistol out first, he just did not deliver as much as he thought. That's going to tie things up again.
And this has
That
been
came
what
down
we've
to the
seen
wire,
throughout
right?
all the matches. It's gone 2-2, but for the last two matches, one team has pulled away to victory once it's been 2-2. So will it be the same situation, or are we going to see a match like we saw earlier in the evening where it goes to a match point 5-5 each?
We'll have to see. The advantages don't really seem to be incredibly heavy in either team's favor. They're both using similar strategies. Seems like a lot of long-range stuff. Ooh, I was going to say is going in favor of T2P there, but Tyrant Gaming finding a good one. Captain Morgan now the only one up and available, and they managed to find it. Not with that grenade that we saw, but the other member of
Both
Tyrant.
teams, I think, wanting to go into the finals, obviously, so playing a little bit more reserved, a little bit more cautious, I think. Seeing a lot less aggression in this round than previous ones.
T2P, though, definitely holding clean. The games that we saw them play earlier, it was a mad upset in their favor. It was fantastic. So for them to be able to take down an 8-1 much higher seed team than they are. I think it's 6-3, something like that. Or 10-6.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Ooh, so close there. Tyrant Gaming going to find one for themselves there.
I think we might want to call this the 2-2 curse or something for some teams, because it's been, as long as we're seeing this so far, one team has really been able to pull away whenever it's tied up in that way. And Tyrant Gaming is now just 2 away from taking this home and going to the finals. But T2P, both of these teams have shown such skill, I wouldn't count either out.
Now we're seeing some heavier guns here. T2P did really well with the LMGs in the previous round. See if they can take it home. Oh, and that is going to give positioning away on Captain Morgan there. Tyrant Gaming might have an advantage. There we go. Chronic Dimes is going to take that first blood. They're going to move in on Mr. Purple. Was that a reload, though? That was a little bit of a scary move to make. It's going to be a 1-1 now.
T2P, it would certainly be really nice for them to get a bit of momentum back in their tank, a little bit more gas in their tank, to be able to come back from this, being able to show that they can keep this competitive and they are not going to give up this victory. They are both just poking around, trying to find each other. Here comes the engagement.
Ooh, and that is where the ADS tends to hurt you.
Absolutely.
You talked earlier there, Sergeant Valencia, about how ADS in particular on LMGs can really, really damn you in these situations, and that happened there. He tried to scope in, decided he wanted to go instead for the hip fire, and by the point he made that decision, it was too late. And he had initial fire as well. This is match point as well now for Tyrant Gaming. T2P, though, has a lot of opportunity here to continue and keep this going. We saw a sweep from them. Kiefer Reaper going to take first blood. That's a good sign for them. Out goes a tactical grenade. Captain Morgan, though.
Again, getting those ticks on there, understanding where he's at on the map.
Oh,
still doesn't get him, though.
That was a single shot. He had taken a little bit of damage, but I did not think it was that much.
No.
Right now we are in the similar situation that we saw last time, just both team members trying to find each other out, not trying to give their position away, being extra careful where they poke their head up around something, because we have certainly seen so many headshots today that have just been devastating.
You did see some ticks coming off of that first grenade that was thrown out here. Ooh, that is going to hurt, though. T2P going to bring 3 and 5.
They are not going to be counted out here. They still have a ways to go, but we have seen a pretty darn close to a reverse sweep in the second match we saw tonight. So it's interesting to see how previous matches affect this one, but obviously, it all comes down to who has the better skills in the end.
And positioning and
Interesting
communication are two of
loadout
those.
right here, too. Going with the revolver and the scope.
It is. We'll see. And it's interesting, too, to see what strategy they try to use. And if they just run in going for the hip fire, or if they are going to try to scope this one out. Ooh, there's an arm shot, so not as much damage as he would like, but he follows it up with the headshot there, and he's going to take him down. He is going to reload, possibly bad timing there. His teammate gets taken down by Mr. Purple, who gets spotted out here by the last member of T2P. There it is, the scope shot. Oh my goodness, Tyrant Gaming managed to take that one. I swore T2P extended it out to another round, but that is going to do it for this one.
Yep, certainly a great match from both sides there. However, one is able to take the upper hand there, getting the 6-3 victory and moving on to the finals. So we are going to be having just a few replays here to go over before we head into the big match of the night to see who takes it all away. Let's just take a little moment to see how we got here.
Great rounds overall. I was really impressed by T2P that second to last round as well. I mentioned the LMGs going in their favor before, and it seemed to work that time. The snipers, though, definitely on the side of Tyrant Gaming. Man, some of those shots were incredible.
Absolutely.
And it was with good strategies being made by T2P. One in particular, I can't remember exactly, it was one of the first rounds, but you had, I think it was Kiefer Reefer. He was on the left side of a post, and he immediately decided to try to swap to the right side. The second he popped his head out on the right side, he got taken down. So they knew that he was going to attempt to rotate around to those two sides of the pillar. And they knew exactly when he was going to do it. And it may have been a lucky prediction, but it was a good one.
Yeah, I think if you play this specific game mode enough, you start to pick up on everyone's kind of overall tendencies.
And that is the nice thing about it being a best of 11.
Yeah.
We know. They're like... All right, perfect. Tyrant Gaming here. Okay. They're like, just to let you know, Tyrant Gaming was on the red. And we're like, yeah.
We're ahead of you. We're ahead of you. We know what's up.
So, number 1 seed, number 6 seed, gonna go head-to-head here. It does look like we're sticking with a best of 3 of best of 11. If that confuses you, we're gonna be seeing just multiple rounds of these best of 11s that we've been doing. So if one team manages to take both, we will not be going to a third, but we could be seeing, another potentially 33 rounds of this game, depending on how even this is.
Right. I mean, there's still a pretty big disparity in the top 2 teams going into this championship round too. 6 seed versus
first seed.
First seed, yeah.
Yep.
So
we are going to go to Waiton right now on the field, and we have another interesting topic about facial hair coming up. Waiton, what do you have for us on that enthralling topic?
Yeah, I'm for Reefer once again. Gaming, they got win against T2P. They're going to be heading Wildcat. Now, you haven't played Wildcat. Judging by what you've seen, do you think you can give them a run for their money?
Definitely. The next game is definitely going to be one to watch, and I think it's going to be a super fun game. So, yeah.
All right. We'll see how it goes. Good luck in the finals. Back to you on the desk.
We will indeed see how it goes with just one match left in the entire night, but as Jolly said, it's going to be a big one. So we're going to stick around and just take a short break and be back with that finals as soon as we can. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss this.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route. Hold the line. That's a good line. Hold the line.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. It's okay. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Welcome back. It has all led up to this, the final match of the Call of Duty Modern Warfare Tournament, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard and presented by Boise State Esports. We are here in the Boise State Esports Arena. Joining me on desk, if you have no doubts just seen, is Jolly and Sergeant Valencia. It's nice to have you two with us for this final match, a best of three. There's been so much going up for tonight, and the main two things to keep in mind are, one, the top-seeded team, Wildcats, showing why they are top-seeded, winning every single game, but an upset coming up from Tyrant Gaming, who defeated some high-seed teams in order to get here. It's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top after all this competition.
And the first game, or the first round that we saw, at least, with Tyrant Gaming, it was the first one that actually went to 11 rounds. It was up against the Spice Camels. They won 6-5. So that one they were kind of put to their wits' end. After that, we were seeing the 6-3, and them actually beating the Girthy Dingoes 6-2, who were one of the undefeated teams at that point.
Yeah.
So they've gone up against an undefeated team. They've beaten an undefeated team. And yes, they were coming into this one as the 6th seed, but they were sitting at 6-1 in that 6th seed. So they're coming up against the Wildcats, who are 10-0, but they're still sitting at 9-1. So they've only lost one match compared to that first seed, but it's still first seed and 6th seed just based on the entering into this bracket.
It is going to be interesting to see who finally pulls it out. Sergeant Valencia, are there any thoughts that you have going into this finals match of what you want to see from these two teams?
I mean, obviously, communication has been key this whole time, right? Once you go down, if you
know
go
what?
down, you're making
I'm
that
sorry
call.
to interrupt you, but the lights look like they have dimmed a little bit. For the stage looks like it's a bit more well lit for the finals. I'm just saying the atmosphere. Back to what you're saying. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just had to say the stage looks even cooler now.
Oh yeah.
Jacob's ADD kicking in.
I know.
But no, yeah, like I was saying, communication is key, right? If you go down, you need to be able to relay to your teammate where that shot came from, so he knows he's at the disadvantage and he at least knows where the enemies are coming at him. So again, I think we've seen that 1v2 scenario kind of a flip.
Yep.
As long as they know they got that information from their down teammate where the enemy was. So.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of information that you can relay about. Also the equipment, things like that. Recognizing, hey, they have used their tactical or they've used their lethal. And so things to watch out for where you have personal advantages. So we're going to be jumping into this one. I mentioned before, it's a best of 3, best of 11. So a total of up to 33 matches. That's if every single game goes to final match point 5-5. And that is also if both Tyrant Gaming and T2P take one on their own. Already going to start in, though, here. A little bit of dizziness for the casters here as we're observing Tyrant Gaming gets taken a shot there. Molotov is going to come out. Gondor is staying where he's at. Ooh, he takes a shot there. Already some damage on both of these members, though.
Ooh. Gondor was able to get first blood, certainly showing that he did not mind the heat there. There's only one left on Tyrant Gaming, and he is almost going to be taken out. What was able to even it up?
Gondor, the last one, though, using that shotgun. It seems like everybody else is sticking with the revolver. 4 seconds now, 3 until the flag comes up. Gondor is in a bit of a better positioning for that one. He manages to get some ticks with the shotgun here, but he gets taken down in response.
Again, you're going to have to make that call, right? Am I going to push on the flag, or am I going to sit and watch the flag and wait until that other player pushes it?
That was a 725 too. That was a not as that was really, really good target acquisition there from Tyrant Gaming, because the 725 definitely does not have nearly enough as much damage as the Model 680 when it comes to range.
Yeah, and then going into this one with the revolvers, you got to really think about that recoil and place that first shot, because that second shot, trying to reacquire that target, it's going to take a little bit more time.
They did seem to be using the revolver for the first portion of the map there. Ooh! That's not going to go where you wanted it to. A couple members there now know where this member of Tyrant Gaming is, and that he's got a little bit of damage on him. Gondor is in a tricky position there. He's lying prone, and I don't believe that Tyrant Gaming... No, they do! They know where he's at! Ooh. And one headshot is all it's going to take. Chronic Dimes find him first blood. Weapon of one now. We'll see if his name rings true here.
There it is.
Tyrant Gaming, though, finding both eliminations, giving themselves a great start 2-0.
That was a really kind of reverse of what we saw earlier in the evening with that. Instead of having someone behind you, in front of you as you drop down there, able to pick up the lead 2-0. We could possibly be seeing the biggest of all upsets coming if Tyrant Gaming is able to keep up this momentum.
And there was a lot of humility coming from the Wildcats there. So it's definitely something that they know. They're not 100% confident they're going to be able to come out with this because they can see that there is a lot of skill on the side of Tyrant Gaming. And now they have to acknowledge it, sitting at 2-0. Gond over there on the other side of the tree. We can see this this hut definitely being used pretty consistently. A lethal grenade coming out there from Tyrant Gaming. No ticks. But Gondor is still in that same position as I believe this player we're spectating knows. There's a couple ticks, though.
Yeah, getting those ticks with those grenades and lethals, or non-lethals is key to at least knowing where he is in the general vicinity.
Shots coming out from Tyrant Gaming there. I believe it was on to Weapon of one. The flag is up. They need to move towards it. Ooh, Gondor getting the first blood. That was the first member to go down there. And Wildcats
coming back on the board.
They ended up eliminating Tyrant Gaming. The flag, nobody actually moved to the flag. They were all going for the eliminations there. Because you have to capture the flag. There is a 10-second, I think 10 seconds on.
There is.
And that's damage.
And then the tie goes to damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoever has the most damage. Or if it's a 2v1, obviously,
right.
The players who have two members on their team are going to be the victors there. So it's kind of a risky move when it comes to going for that, especially when it is full-on 2v2.
Exactly.
Gondor going in there and getting first blood when it was about 5 seconds in on that. So 2-1, Wildcats at least picking up one for themselves. We'll see if the strategy changes on Tyrant Gaming's side. It seems to be going pretty well so far. No eyes yet, but we can see some shots coming out from Tyrant Gaming there. Wildcats getting hit with one. Just like Chronic Dimes. Ooh, taking a bit
getting
of
a couple
damage.
shots down.
That was some good damage, actually. Grenade.
Again, seeing these guys played a little bit more reserved later on in the tournament has kind of been...
Weapon of one, finding first blood there. 5 seconds now until the flag comes up. It is a 1-1 there.
Yeah.
Wildcat's going to find the second, and that's going to tie things up.
Again, hearing these guys call out where they're getting killed from is really an advantage.
Now we head into this, going to be the 5th round of this. We still have a long way to go. It's going to be best of 3. I didn't say anything.
No, I think you jinxed it. We're going to get to the 2-2 every time.
Oh, yeah.
And then a team's going to break it off and take it home.
Well, we'll see. I mean, a lot of us talk about Caster's Curse, but at this time I've been predicting the outcome.
What a shot there.
Yeah.
Great eyes from Tyrant Gaming here. I think that was tactical grenade going out. I don't believe he got any ticks. We can see there that a Molotov was thrown.
Yeah, that Molotov can be used in a myriad of ways, like either defensively or offensively, which is kind of cool to see how these guys are throwing that one out there and using it.
Yeah, the biggest thing with the Molotov is it forces positioning a lot more, I guess, more in stone than something like a flash grenade, a stun grenade. If you get hit with one of those, you try to hunker down. If a Molotov heads your way, wow, my goodness. If a Molotov heads your way, you've got to get out of there because it's going to burn for a while. Wildcats finding the advantage there.
The final kill cam, getting both teams on the final kill cam.
And with a single headshot on that second one, there was already some damage done across the board though, but 2 in a row. Feels pretty good. Wildcats halfway now to the first victory, or first match at least, best of 3.
They definitely got to be feeling good, having a bit of momentum to start off with. And I wonder how long we're going to see both teams kind of poking at each other, just trying to find an ideal shot, because we haven't seen so far too much running into each other. It's been mostly just trying to find the best positioning.
I think a lot of that too is both these teams are so good at barely catching, an elbow of an enemy player and knowing where they're at and relaying that information to the rest of the team and then trying to take advantage of that. Weapon one there, going to find first blood. The remainder of his team is going to try to flank over here. We'll see how that works out. Weapon one might not even need his other teammate there. And that's going to be another one for Wildcats, 4-2.
Yep, just a simple shot there.
Yeah, through the smoke.
Yep.
That is the big thing
Although-
with the pistols, too. You know, you hope to just poke a bit of damage out, and then you
Absolutely.
run around, poke a bit more damage out, run around. You've got to utilize the mobility.
And even though the smoke was up there, he already had good enough visibility there to predict where he was going to be.
And we'll see how Tyrant Gaming decides to move into this one. They're going to split themselves off here and push forward a bit. Wildcats, I believe, at least had eyes on one member there.
Again, both these teams looking for those angles, right?
Ooh, and that was a frag, if I'm not mistaken. Following it up with a shot, Tyrant Gaming going to wipe out both sides there instantly.
Keeping it competitive, we could be seeing the scenario that we were talking about of potentially 33 rounds if both teams continue to be so competitive. Right now, as we're 10 seconds left into this match, it is going to be interesting because it has mostly been a story of positioning, a story of communication, and a story of just raw technical skill. Getting a little bit of a sight there, but wasn't able to get any sort of tip.
Ooh, aiming a little bit high. He's assuming that he's going to try to poke his head over, but I think Gondor's just trying to find placement on that enemy player. So it was actually a very good move.
Again, both these teams just playing super reserved, looking for those right shots, right?
And when it comes to the high skill caps on these, that's more of what you're looking at. A lot less of the, running in heavy aggression, because you can assume that as you move forward, the other team will see you. And that alone is huge in this game mode. Just vision is massive.
Absolutely.
And now First Blood is going to be going over to Wildcats. Time might be ticking for Tyrant Gaming. He is trying to find some sort of position. The flag is going to go up, and he's going to have to set up something really mind-blowing here. He goes towards the flag, but gets taken down.
Yeah, I kind of had no choice there.
Yeah, it was a good move by him, and a better move in the Wildcats and being reserved and waiting to watch him move before jumping on
Absolutely, especially when you up 2-1.
Well, match point. Wildcats just need this one to take the first of the best of 3. We've got 10 seconds left here. Any final advice to either side?
Again, both these teams have similar strategy. These guys are both looking really good, playing reserved, trying to find their good shot, right?
We'll see how these iron sights work out, though. This is one of the first times we've actually seen so far in this match anything with iron sights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even the shotguns have had scopes on them. Whether or not they're used depends on the player.
Yeah.
But expect a bit more mounting of the weapons.
I was about to say, we haven't seen that a whole lot this whole tournament, right?
With iron sights, it's definitely a good way to go.
Absolutely.
But yeah, actually, there's been a lot, because it's been reactionary play, It hasn't been so much of sticking in one spot and waiting for somebody to come around. It has been slowly moving, and then it's been this minor rotation of all of these players and just trying to recognize where that rotation is going through. Ooh, some good shots there going down. Weapon of 1 finding First Blood, and that is going to be it. Match 1 going to Wildcats. There's still at least one more left here for a best of 11.
Yep, Wildcats need to win this next one, and we are not going to be going into a break. We're just going to be going into the next match as soon as we can. So we're just going to do a quick recap. That went 6-3 in favor of Wildcats, showing again why they are #1 seed. But Tyrant Gaming had good plays. They were able to get 3 on the board. They can definitely still come back and take this in their favor.
Again, these guys were being a lower seeded team, but they still had a really good amount of wins. So it's still evenly stacked, even though that their seed is a little bit, there's a disparity there.
Keeping up that mental pacing as well, and having the ability, they got the first round. That's a great way for them to go in, kind of expecting maybe to fall because they are facing the first seed. And taking that first round, that at least boosts your morale a little bit, and hopefully they can use that momentum to continue forward as we hop into match number 2.
And I don't believe we've seen this map. This looks like a new one to me, unless I'm mistaken.
No, actually, I don't think. Well, we might have seen this one day. I think
we're
gonna have to go. We're gonna have to.
Yeah.
We'll explore the map as soon as they reveal a little bit more. I haven't been, playing the game long enough to recognize the maps right off the bat on the spawn point.
And you might be right. They might have played on this one.
Yeah, I think we saw this one a little while ago, possibly. The propane tanks are what making me think of that. Ooh, that is a lot of vision there on the Chronic Dimes. No vision from Tyrant Gaming.
Gonna charge right through the smoke and find him immediately. Caught in the middle of the grenade throw. That's rough.
That's rough. That is rough. And he did hold on a second or two before releasing that grenade, actually. He was probably just trying to cook it to be able to get the elimination before the retaliation. but
Yeah,
it did
absolutely.
not work that
I
way.
mean, throwing
himself.
or even reloading those animations, you're locked into as soon as they start. So.
And it's so difficult to determine when the best time is on a game mode like this.
Absolutely.
Such a small map, and whether you're up or down, you can be at a placement disadvantage. So timing that is huge. Ooh, Chronic Dime's getting a few headshots. There were some shots fired back in Wildcats' way, but none of them actually made contact there. So Tyrant Gaming has the upper hand so far. And no pun intended, they've got the upper hand here. As they
nice.
have this pathway up at the top, the catwalk. One going down already. Tyrant Gaming now facing another loss there. 2-0 in favor of the Wildcats.
That was a great flank. They were not even aware of him up on that catwalk.
The smoke certainly helped with that. The smoke actually kind of threw them off.
Yeah. And let's talk about momentum a little bit, right? Like, these guys coming off the win off that first match, like, you can definitely tell. That definitely helps, I guess, mentally, too. And these guys both have been here pretty early on in the day.
Yeah.
So these guys have had a long day so far.
Oh, yeah. You're looking at, 11 hours almost of them playing this game or waiting for matches. It's a lot of Call of Duty. It's a lot of staring at screens and blue light, that's for sure. So it can be trying on players. But you know what? That's part of going in as a competitive player here. Some good stuff. Oh, my goodness. Gondor on that 5-killing spree. Will he go down to Kiefer Reaper? It looks like a little bit of a flank is coming around, but no.
Again, calling his teammate in. He knew where he was, called his teammate in.
And he got thrown there. He knew that he did not have to do anything other than just avoid being spotted before his teammate was able to retaliate. That's going to be 3-0 now. Wildcats, if they take 6 rounds in this one, that is going to be it. No more matches. It is a best of 3. So Tyrant Gaming needs to stay in and take the 6 rounds here to be able to head into a match 3.
And unlike the last match we saw where there was just a lot of waiting around trying to find out any sort of positioning for the other team, it's been a lot more aggressive on this match. The positions have been found out earlier. That's allowed them to make better plays. Well, not better plays, but faster plays.
Kiefer Reaper there is going to get the first blood. Wow, instantly jumped on, though. The response time from Wildcats, pretty incredible. Gondor is now the last one up on his team. He gets taken down there. Tyrant Gaming says no to the goose egg and put one on the board. That was a great shot.
Yep, nice wasn't even facing him.
Nah, it was just, again, target acquiescence, watching where he's going, and being able to safely predict where somebody might be dropping down, especially in a situation where you've got the advantage, where he didn't have eyes on him. It's a good move by Tyrant Gaming now.
Showing off some ninja skills.
We'll see if they can carry this momentum into another victory.
Right now, he's going to find out Wildcats immediately, but gets hit himself, and Gondor is going to take advantage of that, taking the first blood.
That's the communication.
Absolutely.
We were talking about Gondor was not the one that first had eyes on him, but he was the one that got the killing blow. And Wildcats is going to take it to 4.
4-2-1. This could be the final nail in the coffin for Tyrant Gaming if they cannot fight back here. Wildcats certainly putting up a very tough fight. Tyrant Gaming, though, we have seen reverse sweeps. We've seen so many come from behind victories, as Tyrant Gaming proved throughout multiple rounds. So, again, I can't say it enough times. It sounds tried at this time, but don't count them out.
We've got a AK with a bipod again. And we'll see how this works out. It went in Wildcats' favor last time. Some shots being popped off there that I think we can hear. Either that or someone's coughing in the background. It all sounds the same to me. Gondor taking a point. Tyrant Gaming almost had eyes on him, but Weapon of One found another member there. And wow, Wildcats with very decisive wins and a lot of 2-0s.
Absolutely. It's got to be them talking so well to each other, right? Even if the other one's taking damage, they're calling out where that damage is coming from so player 2 can figure out where he's at.
And you can definitely tell that because of the fact that it's always the 2 of them in tandem taking out one of the other members.
Absolutely.
And if one goes down, the other immediately responds and moves to that area. Match point now, and overall game point for the Wildcats here. If they can take this one, they will take home tournament point. They will take home that big, beautiful box with the first place sign on it. Either way, both of these teams will be going home with a box of loot, though. There is a second place box. Gondor now finding him.
There you go.
Wildcats take home the victory.
Throwing down their headsets. They are going to be taking home first place. Tyrant Gaming there, still going home with a second place win.
Good handshakes and sportsmanships all across. A great performance for everyone here, physically and virtually watching us. It has been a great tournament so far. Actually, not so far. It's been a great tournament.
Yeah.
I've said that so many times, and it's been such a long night, but it is finally close. It finally come to a close. And now looking back, what do you think? Should we do another one of these?
Yeah, I think so. I think after something like this, the first one was successful. The second one was pretty booming, and I think word's gotten out now that you guys host some pretty awesome tournaments.
Awesome. Yeah, we're excited. Again, it's been super fun hanging out with you guys all day, hanging out with the players all day too as well, seeing how much these guys have practiced to come in and win for our tournament has been a cool experience.
And like you said, Jolly, Tyrant Gaming, a very respectable second place, and they still get one of the great loot crates. You know, it's great that even though it might be a little bit less stuff for me, it's just the crate itself looks so cool. And having one of those, whether you're in first and second place, is a very big honor after such a long day and so many hours put in. And it's led up to this final match and now the award ceremony, which will be coming back to us in just a short amount of time.
Oh.
And welcome back. We are here with the victors of the night, the Wildcats. The mustache conquers all tonight.
It really
was great to see the gameplay, such a great performance. And I'm going to toss it over here to Sergeant Valencia for the awards that we have been talking about so much tonight.
Yeah, so thanks guys for coming out. You guys did awesome throughout this whole tournament. So just on behalf of the Idaho Army National Guard, we want to present you guys with these first place tournaments. So good job today, and thanks for coming out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks
for hosting this.
Yeah,
this
has
has
been
been
awesome
awesome.
event, and this has been done so professionally. I love it. Every single second of it has been top to bottom, really, really top tier. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So we are going to do just a bit of a question here because we want to know what was it like? Certainly such a long day. What's it been like just this day, playing since 10 a.m.?
Yeah, so we were in the Bravo group, so we played at like 11, 12, and then we didn't play until like
536, but we just kind of kept our composure and know that we can perform against any team. So
Eating lots of pistachios. That's really the key. I've been keeping it fed up with pistachios.
So pistachios and mustaches are the main
pistachios
takeaways.
and mustaches. Yep.
Well, it's certainly been great. It's been extremely exciting seeing Call of Duty finally come to Boise State Esports, a game we haven't been able to broadcast until now. What's been the history of just you with the game so far? How long have you been playing it? When did you first play it?
10 years ago, he came over to my house one day with Modern Warfare 2. My parents told me not to play it. Of course we did. Of course, rated M. I was like 9 years old. And then after that, I've just fallen in love with Call of Duty.
Well, certainly now that you have gotten such notoriety and prestige, it's finally a bit of a payoff for taking up the game.
Certainly.
And finally, just are you going to be, if there's another tournament, can we expect to see you again?
Yeah, definitely. I'd definitely be down to do another one.
For sure.
Well, it was great seeing you guys. Thank you for giving us such exciting gameplay. We want to thank everyone here at Boise State Esports. We want to thank the Army National Guard and, of course, all service members who may be watching or not watching. Thank you all for your service. And, of course, to all of you watching right now, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Thank you so much for tuning in to us all this year. We will be seeing you again soon, so keep tuned to Boise State Esports, esports.boisestate.edu for all information on upcoming tournaments and broadcasts. For tonight, though, thank you so much. Good evening.